Dear friends, good afternoon. I'm so happy to welcome you here at our track dedicated to the art of translation. Hopefully, some more people will join us after the coffee break. Nonetheless, it's high time to start. Once again, welcome everyone. My name is Yekaterina Filatova. Here at UT Camp, you may call me Katerina. I'm involved in art of translation and adaptation of art texts. I've been doing this for a long time, and traditionally I present this track at the UT conference, and I also participate in the development of the agenda. Today you will listen to 4 presentations, and it's high time to welcome our first speaker, the interpreter, the translator from Spanish into English. His name is Gary Smith. He will be talking about fears, doubts, and complications induced by our clients, however surprisingly it may sound. We frequently talk about our own strategies, however it is still important to talk about our customers' concerns. I am pleased to pass the floor to our first speaker.
Are you with us? Hello?
Yes,
Cool.
just in time.
Super, so that
I hear
works.
myself, but that's fine.
That's great, we hear you too. So please welcome Gary
Great.
once again.
Okay, I'm not sure if I can see you. It doesn't matter. So yes, thanks to... I'm getting a lot of feedback. Thanks to UT Camp for inviting me for this little half-hour slot. You seem to be having fun there in the Ukraine. I hope to be able to join you another year at a time. But let's go straight in then. We're going to be talking about client quandaries, the quandaries they give us, dealing with client problems. Those of you who know me, who've seen my different presentations, know that I like to talk about other possible professions to put ourselves in the client's situation so that we know we can see their problem from the client's view. So I tend to talk about lots of different professions which have similar problems throughout, so that you can see it from the client's point of view. We can talk about hairdressers, car mechanics, doctors, lawyers, restaurants, shops, and tailors. And these are kinds of jobs where, similarly to translators, the client sometimes doesn't know what's involved in the process. They don't know, particularly if you find a new hairdresser, a new car mechanic, you don't know if they're doing a good job. You've never seen them before. That's similar to translation with first-time translation clients. First-time translation clients don't know what's involved in the translation process, so they have a lot of fears, just like lots of other professions. Now, some of you may be thinking that hairdressers and mechanics shouldn't be in this list because, being translators, we should be comparing ourselves to professions such as doctors and lawyers, at least in terms of fees. But what I would say to that is it depends on... I've seen my screen is paused. Sorry about that. So these are kinds of professions we can compare ourselves to. And I would say that when it comes to hairdressers, for example, it depends how much they're prepared to pay, who your clients are. So how do you find these high-paying clients who are prepared to pay for good quality translation, or in this case, good quality haircut? What does a billionaire look like? They smoke cigars and burn money. Well, here we have some examples of billionaires. What do they look like? There's one thing they all have in common, as you can see from these photos, which is they all have bad haircuts. Now, unfortunately for us, bad haircuts, the cause and effect is not how we would like them to be, because You don't get a bad haircut and suddenly become a billionaire. It works the other way around. First of all, you become a billionaire and then you get a bad haircut. I'll explain that in a moment. Like, they tend to have very bad dress sense, and there's a reason for this. Bad dress sense, bad haircuts. The reason is because as customers, these are people who are used to telling people what to do, and usually they've made good decisions in life to become billionaires, so they don't tend to listen to people. For example, tailors or fashion advisors, they think, I know what I want, and that's all that matters. And if the hairdresser tells them to do something different, then they say, no, you're fired. I know how I want my hair. I know that I like my gray t-shirts. And so they can be problematic clients when they are clients. And that can happen also in translation. So I'm going to start by comparing us to other professions, and then in the second half of this talk, I'll give solutions as translators to these problematic clients. So take the clothes shop. We've all been in a clothes shop, and we all think we know what looks best for us. First question, why do we buy clothes? Is it just to cover our bodies? I don't think so. If so, it would be very cheap, wouldn't it? There are lots of reasons. We may be going to a wedding next weekend, a job interview. For fashion, you may be going to UTIC camp, so you need to wear an expensive suit and tie and high-heeled shoes and expensive jewelry. So there are different reasons. We do it to improve our image, basically. Also, perhaps to do sports, for specific jobs. And this is the kind of thing which the shop assistant needs to know. So, definition, what are bad clothes? We've all been to a clothes shop and bought clothes, taken them back home and thought, I really don't like this. But who's to blame? Nobody forced you to buy those clothes. So is it your fault, or is it the clothes shop's fault? Well, I'd say it's the clothes shop's fault, because there are things they can do to help you get good clothes for you. Can the shop help you get good clothes? Yes. They can ask the golden question, what's it for? This question is a question which translators should also ask about the text. What is the text for? Or the interpreting session. What are you trying to achieve with this? It's a golden question which all professions need to ask their clients. What's it for? Is it for elderly people, young people, the general public, an internal memo? Is it for a specialized audience? What's their level of literacy? Is it advertising? Is it for information? We need to know this. So similarly to the clothes shop, what is a bad translation? Well, a bad translation is a translation that is not fit for purpose. So I'm going to change the feedback here. So same question, why do clients buy translations? As I said, it may be for advertising, maybe for a patent. Can the translator then help the client get a good translation? Same thing, yes, we ask, what's it for? This makes a light bulb appear in the client's head, and they suddenly realize, hey, this translator wants to connect with me and understand what I'm trying to do. The client pays us to solve problems for them, not just a simple translation. And remember, professionals know what the client needs. Often the client thinks they know what they need, think they know what they want. They immediately say, I want a translation. I often get legal translations from, for example, I live on the east coast of Spain. There are lots of British people in Benidorm who get involved in legal problems, and they phone me and they say, Gary, I want a 10,000 word translation for tomorrow of this legal text. And I think, actually, if I translate this, you probably won't understand the legal English anyway. So what is it you really want? You want to know where you stand, what's going to happen in court tomorrow. I can do that. I can read it and I can tell you that's what you want. It's not actually a 10,000 word legal translation that you're not going to understand. But clients immediately call us and think they just want a translation. We need to ask questions. What's it for? Clients also usually appreciate free advice. Just like in the clothes shop, we all have different complexions and body shapes, so what works for us doesn't work for another. They can tell us what colors go well with us. The same, I go to a car mechanic and they tell me give me advice about what I can do to save petrol, for example. It doesn't cost the service provider anything, and it makes you want to go back, because you'll always want to go back to a service provider who gives you free advice. So a good tailor is also your fashion advisor, and similarly, a good translator is also a cultural and linguistic advisor. Let your customers know that you're always available to give them a little piece of advice. Maybe just 2 minutes. They might want to call you or reply to a simple email once in a while, and that way they keep your electronic address, and they get in touch with you and remember to call you back. It makes you more than just any translator. You're their cultural and linguistic advisor, and they come to you when they need cultural and linguistic advice. Clients usually appreciate free advice and also warnings. This is something which some translators feel bad about. They feel afraid of telling their clients, don't do this, this is wrong, you're making a big mistake. But all professions give warnings, and it's what professionals do. You are the professional, not the client. You tell them what they're supposed to write or how they're supposed to write, not the other way around. If the client insists, warn them in writing and ask not to be named. I find this works with my clients. The alarm bells start ringing. What do I mean by in writing? Simply an email. If you've been on the phone to them and they said, no, we want you to write it like this, and you disagree, then write them a short email afterwards and say, this is to confirm that I disagree with what you're writing, and that way you have it in writing for legal reasons if their end customers don't like the text. And in all professions, this happens. We sometimes have to give warnings. For example, imagine you go to a doctor and the doctor says, is it okay? As the patient, you go to the doctor, the client, and you say, is it okay if I stop taking the medicine this weekend? Perhaps you have a wedding, a party this weekend, you want to take alcohol, of course. Can I mix the alcohol with the medicine? Imagine you go to one doctor and the doctor says, yes, it's your body, do what you like. Take the pills, stop taking them, mix them with alcohol. And then you go to a second doctor and this doctor says, no, you must take these pills, you must not mix them with alcohol. Notice the professional, the one who appears most professional is the one who tells you what you don't want to hear, because professionals don't always tell you what you want to hear. Professionals can say no. It's part of our job. That's why they're paying us also. I didn't remember putting this. Fraudsters and slaves say yes to everything and everyone. Well, that's a bit extreme, but possibly true. This is the impression we give if we say yes to everything. So the customer is not always right, but the customer always has the right to change the text if they're paying for it. Doesn't mean they are right. We just need to warn them in writing. Also, as translators, sometimes we're quite timid people and we don't like to say no, so we have to learn to say no. Psychologically, it can be difficult sometimes. If you're a person that finds it difficult to say no, practice it with your friends and family or there in the UTIC camp. Say, would you like a coffee? No, thanks. Don't say why, just say no. Practice saying no for 5 or 10 minutes. And then before you lose your friends, you can tell them why you're doing it later. We need to practice saying no. But there are ways of saying no. For example, your text stinks, but I can improve it. Well, nobody likes to hear that their text stinks. They've been spending the last year writing it. So your text is interesting, but I can improve it. That's a bit better. But the word but implies that something negative is coming. So let's keep it positive. Just use and, don't use but. Your text is interesting and I can improve it. That all sounds good and good when in fact we're giving them a negative piece of news. Sandwich technique, you probably all know this by now. You sandwich the bad piece of news between two pieces of good news. For example, the client says, can you drop your fee for us? We can reply, actually, you're already getting a special fee. Sorry, it can't go any lower, but I love working with you guys. That's an example of the bad news between the two pieces of good news. Another thing which is very important to learn how to do is to give other options instead of just saying no. There are different things. Perhaps they don't like your fee. They say it's too high. There are other options we can do without bringing our fee down. For example, does it all need translating? The example I just gave about the legal translation. Perhaps a summary would be all they need, just so they know what's happening. We need to ask, what's it for? And then they see, perhaps it doesn't all need translation. Sometimes you might get a website, for example. Often I get a client that calls, we need our website translated. And I look at it and I see there are blog posts, there are legal notifications, lots of information which the client hasn't really realized doesn't actually need translating. So you can do a lot less. The client saves money and they're pleased with you, and you can actually do the job and you don't have to bring your fee down. So a summary or simpler language, as I've said, simplify the text. Maybe they don't need all that legal English, for example, in my case. Charge per hour, particularly for revision. You start charging, and after 1 or 2 hours, they may realize, this is going to take a very long time, and change their mind. Perhaps ask for a later deadline. Obviously, give them an urgent fee, and they might change that deadline, in which case it doesn't need to be so expensive, perhaps, provided you can put it off at a different price if it's not urgent. No checking terminology. This happens with revision. I do a lot of translation for Spanish universities, scientific texts, and often in English, these Spanish scientists know the terminology in English, so I can save time without having to look up in Google Scholar the correct terminology and just concentrate on the grammar and structure and make sure it's well written. That way, I have a different fee when they want me to check terminology also, and a different fee for just revising. Is it only proofreading, not editing? If it's a terrible text because they've done your job translating it first, then they need to know that it's going to take a lot longer to review the text as opposed to translating it professionally. If it's only proofreading, just grammatical mistakes, it's not the same as editing, which would be perhaps completely changing sentences around and paragraphs and subtitles. Different fees, for example, as opposed to saying no. Also, similarly to saying no, don't be afraid to ask questions. In all professions, we're not telepathic. We don't know what the client wants exactly until we ask what's it for, and all professions ask questions. That's what professionals do. The tailor can ask, what's it for? The golden question. What's the purpose of this suit? The style, help the client get the right clothes for their needs. And as translators, again, what is it for? What's the purpose of the text? What style would they like? That will affect the style. Help the client get the right text for their needs. So, what is the text for translators? It may be to inform, to warn, to advertise, to entertain, teach. We need to ask the client this. What is it for? And who is it for? Specialists, as I said before, the general public. Is it British or American English? In my case, children, adults. Is it internal, in which case the grammar doesn't have to be perfect? Or is it for the general public? Is there a style guide? In my case with scientific translation, I get a lot of translations for scientific journals, and usually the journal has its own style guide, which my first time clients usually don't follow and don't realize it exists. So I need to tell them that and check it. Glossary, they may have an internal glossary, particularly corporations. Pepsi-Cola uses a certain language. If you're doing a translation for Pepsi-Cola, you don't want to mix Coca-Cola, even though we know it's the same thing. Images, as you know, might mean 1,000 words. So if they have images, particularly for technical translations, that could help a lot. Any context, as you know, we need context. And that all comes from the question, what's it for? Talking of style guides, which ones do you use? Do you have your own style guide? I use New Hart's rules from the Oxford University Press. Why is this important? It's important as backup when your client starts to argue with you. When your client says, why did you say this? You are not a language teacher. They're not paying you to teach the language. So you need your own style guide from your own language, an official dictionary, for example, which is well respected. And that way, the client is not, if the client wants to argue with the Oxford University Press, then they can argue with the Oxford University Press about the English language instead of arguing with Gary Smith. Other questions to ask before we start translating? Get the deadline and payment clear, put in writing as a confirmation email, for example. You may want to make a checklist of all the things we've just been talking about, for example, just so that you don't have to keep repeating the email every time you get a new client. And after the translation, give some advice. That's always appreciated. Remember your style guide backup if they have questions. And the greengrocers question. All greengrocers, all people who sell fruit and vegetable all over the world have the same question. Just when you go to pay, they ask the same question. What is that question? It is anything else. We can also ask this and say, if you see there's going to be another text coming up, remind them. If there's anything else, send it my way. Ask to see the final text if possible, because the graphic designer may have decided to take out those ugly commas and exclamation marks. Also, they may have put a photo inadvertently with your headline in the wrong place. And if there are no questions, stay in touch anyway on long projects. So that if my mechanic is working on my car for 2 weeks, I like to know he's working on it, not having a beer in the bar next door. So just call them or send them an email every 3 or 4 days saying this is what's happening, this is how it's going. And now, second section, clients' typical fears. Oh, I'm running out of time. Typical fears of clients. We want an exact translation. What's that? Well, for example, Japanese has very flowery language and Singaporeans go straight to the point. It's not the same to translate for a Japanese client as for a Singaporean end reader. So this is something machine translation doesn't get. Can you translate this vodka ad for the Saudi Arabian market? Well, not a good idea. This is because we humans know about taboos, text flow, politeness, style, mistakes in the source text. Transcreation may be much more important than doing a simple translation. And what's it for? We like this sentence, don't touch it. What do you say when the client says this? Well, we could say, I like this oil filter. Don't touch it. If you go to the mechanic and say, I've grown very fond of this oil filter, please don't change it. Obviously, the mechanic has to tell them what to do. You don't go to the doctor and say, I like the green pills. I don't want the blue ones. They don't taste very nice. Or the tailor, I like this red shirt and yellow hat. They go well with my green boots. Obviously, it's ludicrous, and it's just as ludicrous with translation. So remember that you are the professional and you have to tell the client what's right and put it in writing. The need for speed, like me right now. Can you translate the text for today? Depends. Is it the complete works of Shakespeare or a cake recipe? How long did it take to write it? I find when I ask this question, it makes the client stop and think, yes, it took me 2 years to write it. Now I want you to do it this weekend. Probably not possible. Give them the urgent fee and you may discover it's not so urgent. And again, as I said before, does it all need translating? Perhaps there are sections they didn't realize doesn't actually need translating. The options I've given before, perhaps a summary, for example. Techno-fear. What do I mean by that? For example, please send your invoice by post to our head office in Alaska. What can you say if the client says this? You can say, here is my administration fee. Please don't use translation software. Some clients are afraid they think it's the same thing as Google Translate, so we need to explain. We can't say, okay, please send the text on parchment by horse and carriage to this address. No. What we can do is explain that this helps maintain the client's terminology, consistency, less human error, for example, transposing numbers. What about cheapskate translation clients? We have a very low budget. Well, I have a very big bank loan. Try Google. We could consider charging per hour, particularly for revision. After the first couple of hours, the client might realize it's going to be very expensive, or they can do it. Does it all need translating, as I said before, and give other options? Who needs experts? Some people seem to think we can translate it ourselves roughly first, and then give you a terrible translation to review. What can we say to that? Well, do you cut your hair roughly first when you go to the hairdressers? That would be very strange. And then ask for a discount and just tidy it up. Just tidy it up. Do you cook your own meal first before you go to the restaurant and take it to the chef and say, just heat it in the microwave? No. And obviously cheaper. Do you try your own pills first, see if they work, and then go to the doctor? Do you fix your own car roughly first and see if you break it even further before you go to the mechanic? No. It's better to write it well in the native language and let the professional translator translate than tidy up a simple, poorly written text. This is what we need to tell the client. One example, if it's very badly written, is to correct the first few lines and show lots of comments in the margin and just the first paragraph so they can see how terrible it is and ask them, do you really want to continue? And obviously that applies to editing and proofreading. Tidying up rubbish, that's all you're doing, tidying up rubbish as opposed to tidying up a well-written text. Another one, our secretary knows that language and he doesn't like your translation. Well, does your nephew or secretary know maths? Maybe he can do your company's accounts too. No, we can't say that. We have to ask, is he native, experienced, qualified, a professional translator? Because those are the only people who should be checking your work. Second opinions and proofreading must be by professionals. Crowd translation, this was very popular not so long ago with Facebook, etc. What about other professions? Crowd surgery, crowd architecture. Can you imagine lots of people deciding where to do a piece of open heart surgery? Shall we cut on the left? Shall we cut on the right? I've got lots of kudos points in heart surgery. No, it doesn't work like that. Crowd flying. It doesn't matter how many people are doing the job. If they're not professionals, they're not going to do a good job. One or two experts will do a much better job than lots of amateurs. That's important for the client to know. It's quality of the professionals, not the quantity. Everything is marketing. What do I mean by that? For example, WhatsApp groups. My friends in WhatsApp always say, Gary, you write perfect English and Spanish. You're so pedantic. And I said, but they never forget that I'm a translator. I write for a living. You're so pedantic about language. I hear that a lot. I'm not pedantic. I'm an expert. So if this is the impression they have of you, don't worry, that's good, because they'll never forget that's what you do. And generally speaking, clients can be afraid of the rise of the machines. Google can translate that faster and for free. Yes. What can we say to that? Perhaps give some back translations and show them that they don't work very well. Machines will replace you. Well, there's the human side. For example, what did you think of our report? It's okay, I suppose. If a British person says it's okay, I suppose, it's probably not okay. But that's something only humans can understand because we read between the lines and we know what the author's intent is. Machine translation is digital, humans are analog. What do I mean by that? I mean, we may have several short sentences we might want to make into a longer sentence because it's doesn't sound right, or vice versa. We might change the text around completely. So does the text flow? That's something which is difficult still for computers to get the hang of. Machines don't get culture shock, as I said before. Will this bikini ad work in Iran? Probably not. Human writers make mistakes, computers don't, although with neural networks these days, computers do make mistakes on purpose to learn from them, but that's not what I mean. I mean things like this. I actually got this from a secondary school textbook. I was translating, the Earth is bigger than Jupiter. A machine will simply translate that, whereas a human will point out the mistake. Because humans also ask human questions like, what is the text for? Humans write the text for humans to read, so who should be in the middle? Well, obviously, a human. I often say machines will replace humans when they can rewrite the Odyssey, because that's what humans do. Well, translators, right. We rewrite the text. That's what we're really doing. And that takes a human to know what the human will want to see. And for those who say, we only need a translation, well, you only need someone who understands your specialist profession and culture, writes impeccably in the right register and style for your target readers. Obviously, that's what you do. And I hope you point this out to your clients. Well, thank you for listening. I think I've just made it before the hour mark. Any questions? I don't know if there's time for any questions. I can't hear anybody. I don't know if that's normal.
That's normal. Thank you, Gary. Thank you so much
Thanks.
for the presentation. And especially
Sorry it was so fast.
Especially thanks for the practical tips. I think we all loved them. And thanks for explaining how it works, the connection between the bad haircuts and the being a billionaire. Because I think all of us were thinking about getting a bad haircut right now. But now we know it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. But thanks so much. And I think we should have like 1 or 2 minutes for the questions.
Okay.
Есть ли вопросы у аудитории?
Do we have any questions?
They only have respect to show to you because everyone just loved your presentation. Too bad you didn't see the reaction, but it was really hilarious. Thank you so much. And
thanks to you.
Oh, we have one question. Sorry, we have one question now.
Hello, and thank you very much for your presentation and for the humor. I have a question. Do you have the same questions asked by your by the customers that you work with for a long time, or do you have a different relationship with first-comer customers than long-term customers?
Yes, it's very different. Yeah, most of what I've said really today has been for first-time customers, customers who know nothing about translation. It's part of the teaching process. We have to teach our clients what's involved with translation. So yeah, that's a good question. Definitely, the idea is if you follow some of these tips, that gradually your client gets the idea, they know what you want, and the relationship gets a lot simpler. Yes, it gets easier, believe me.
Any more questions here? Not now. So thanks again. Thank you so much. And if we have questions, I think we can find you somewhere and write to you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
And our next presentation is dedicated to the beginners in the translation service. We invite Marta Chernowska to share information about the starter kit with tools for the beginners in translators in order to in translation in order to find their place in such a good profession.
My slides, please.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining me here at this presentation. I know that we must be tired a little bit, and I'm dreaming of some yummy food out there to have some lunch. But let's stay focused for a while and let's go through this one. So a little bit about myself. I'm a translator, as most of you here. Having joined language industry in 2008, I've been involved in different activities such as linguistic quality assurance, copywriting, linguistic testing, and I want to share some tips and bits I gathered throughout my career, and also to show you a perspective from the other side, from the side of the project manager who is working with dozens of freelance translators and customers throughout the world. Currently, I'm playing a role as a services manager at Lilt, AI-based language and technology provider. And as you may have noticed at the opening ceremony, I'm volunteering for Women in Localization Ukraine chapter, being its membership manager. We organize different events to foster a global community that inspire equality in the localization industry and support women throughout their careers. Another name of my presentation could have been what I wish I had known 13 years ago when I just started up in the language industry, or what I wish I had known 2 years ago when I lost one of my biggest clients. And this presentation is aimed mostly at the fresh newcomers, but I hope it can be beneficial to this seasoned professionals, as well as at different stages of our careers we face the need to fire not so good clients of us, or some great opportunity land on our table. So hope it can be useful for all of you. And actually I'd like to get to know you a little bit more. Do we have fresh starters here? Can you please raise your hands? Who is great? And do we have seasoned professionals, experienced ones? A few here. Is anyone from translation agency representatives? Nope, we don't. Yeah, we have one. Great. So let's get started. First of all, as you may know, we are skilled professionals and we need to perfect our writing and translation skills. We can take writing courses where our colleagues revise our texts in target language. We can also work with more experienced colleagues, with mentors, to pick up the to see what wording they're using, what terms. And we can also, I used to read my translation aloud to pick up any unnecessary wording, or to test readability. And I'm also reading widely to enrich my vocabulary. And the second pillar, in my opinion, is subject matter specialization. Imagine a girl, a 17 years old girl, sitting in the dormitory and registering at Prosecom. This was me back in 2008 in Terrace, where I studied international relations and translation, and I was really lost where to start. And I began translating general texts of different specialization to be able to understand what is in line with my hobbies, or with what I really like to do. And after some time, I discovered that there is a demand in IT translation and localization, and actually this was in line with my interests and hobbies, and combining all those things, I ended up specializing in IT translation and localization, and to have a deep drive into the industry, I learned to write some basic HTML code. That was fun, and I even write some really simple web page. That was fun, but that also was a great practical experience. I would also recommend to take part in specialized conferences in the industry you're working with. For example, I was taking part in conferences from Microsoft and Oracle, and I completed Google digital certification, and there are different really good courses in the HubSpot Academy connected to the marketing sphere. So this gave me an opportunity to pick up some industry knowledge and the terminology, which was really useful. And then volunteer opportunities. In my mind, it's really a good way to get hands-on experience. Back then, when I was a student, I was thinking what I can do, how I can apply my skills. And I came across Global Lives Project, which is a non-profit organization, and I contacted them and started to translate texts for them. And this was really inspiring experience for me, and this way I gained I gained confidence that I'm on the right track. Also, when you are working with volunteer projects, you can get feedback from your colleagues, and you can also learn new tools and processes. And you actually can understand if translation is your dream occupation. Here on this slide, I gathered some opportunities from wider ones to from general ones to more specialized. You can see educational platforms like Khan Academy or Coursera, Wikipedia. Then I know we had presentation from representative of Ukrainian gaming community, Shlyak Betraf, and I included some of the IT-related and localization projects I used to contribute, like Ubuntu, Mozilla, Raspberry Pi. You can also have a look at the Crowdin page, which is translation platform, to see. Recently, I saw they're posting about some great opportunities for those who want to try out as a localizers to localize some IT-related projects. I have a handy PDF for you if so you can explore the things that can be interesting for you. You can take a photo, and I'll post this at my socials networks as well later after the presentation. And I'd like to mention briefly about two opportunities for Ukrainian translators. This summer, Women in Localization Ukraine and Prozicom had an internship program for students of Ukrainian universities, as some of you might have taken part in it, where students were able to take part in the real-life projects and try different roles like project manager or translator, reviser, and so on. My colleague Irina Lebedeva will tell about the program in one of the next session, I believe. And also we have Lviv European Translation Contest, which is taking place since 2004, I believe, and it is one of the biggest events for Ukrainian youth. So now, when you have some practical skills, it's time to get down to more business and marketing skills. When I look back at my first resume, I can confess to you that it was a real failure. There were irrelevant information, weird structure, personal information. But over time, I have improved it and taking it into account those attempts to make it better, and also my experience as a project manager when I'm creating language teams and I'm looking for translators in different language combinations and domains. I've just wanted to spotlight some of the important information to include and what should be avoided. So just to start with a concise headline, including your language pairs, specialization, then followed by the contact information. And in my mind, it's important to include time zone, as project managers may decide whom to place an assignment depending on where you're located, as we're all working with companies throughout the world. And when creating a resume, I was focusing on the some specialization, and I have several resume depending on the job opportunity I'm applying for. If you have a complete Prosy and LinkedIn profile, you can also include it in the contact information section. And of course, we are all excellent translators and excellent writers, so the resume should be spotless. Considering the layout, I would suggest to have 1 page, maximum 2 pages, and to have it in the PDF format, as it can be opened in the browser and you don't need to download the Word file, for example, on your computer, and you need to name it appropriately, not with some weird names. And then I have included screenshot of one of my resumes here. And when we're speaking about what should be avoided, it gets a little bit trickier, and you need to apply your own judgment. For example, considering irrelevant information, for example, hobbies. If you are into sailing, it might be not a good idea to include this in your resume. But for example, if a customer is looking for, wants to have some marketing on technical text translated about the boats, when you include information about sailing, it can be a good selling point for them, an advantage actually. And it's a good way to group projects by specialization and to use bullet points, and so your resume have a good layout. And then I came across several CVs in the target language of the translator, and it was really weird, and actually this prevented me from reading the resume and translators to be considered for the job. So if you are not applying to some local company, I recommend to write a resume in English, for example, but not in your target language. For the more practical view, I've included screenshots from my CV, including main structural points. So you can see a headline with specialization, then contact information, and a short summary can be a good way to articulate your advantages and to show your skills. And then list of specializations. So this was more a general resume. And target languages, then services, and down there we have work experience, highlighting like the most important parts. You don't need to include all the projects you worked throughout your career. And then I've included education, some volunteers opportunities, independent courses that I worked. So just to double mention that all the information should be relevant to the job you're applying for. And now when we have excellent translation skills and shiny resume, it's time to find some clients. And I would say the translation agency can be a good starting point, as they are easier to contact, and they understand translation process, and they can provide, if you have a good relations with them, they can provide a stable workload for you. There are different agencies of different scales, from boutique agencies that specialize in some language combination, specific language combination and domains, to a big multilingual language services provider that operates throughout the world. And you need to find the one that will be in line with your expectations, so you don't get like small projects or one-time jobs. You need to build really sustainable relations. And then you can have a look at the NIMD ranking of the language services provider that can give you like inspiration to see different types and kinds of the agencies out there. The next category is online platforms and job boards. Frankly speaking, I don't have extensive experience working with finding clients on those job boards, as sometimes they provide just one-off projects. But it's really important to remember that you need to have an extensive profile and up-to-date profile to be able to so the client can consider you for the job. And then in the early years of my career, I found some of my clients at Prosy.com. Actually, I found my first paying client there. It's like the first love. You will remember it for all of your life. And I think that it's worth giving a try. It's important to remember to have a complete profile here. Including feedback from your previous clients, so-called willingness to work again. And then I would say that having a paid membership could be beneficial, as your profile will be listed higher in the among other applicants to the job. And then the other advantage is Blue Board, where you can see feedback about the client from other translators. So you'll be able to decide if you want to cooperate with them actually. And then recently I explored LinkedIn to be a good way to find clients, especially direct ones. The one advantage is that you can connect with the prospect directly. I usually connect with them and write some personal notes about related to the job, and like to make a connection with them, personal connection. And you can look for jobs in the groups, LinkedIn groups, and also you can filter. You can input keywords, for example, Ukrainian translator in the general search, and then filter by the post type, selecting post, and you will see posts that mention Ukrainian translators, for example, or Russian one, and you can also filter by the date. So you can filter, for example, from the last 1 month. Then and you can comment under the post if you find a good opportunity. This way I found, I think, 1 or 2 direct clients. So but again, please be sure to have your LinkedIn profile complete, and to include all your previous experiences and also feedback from the clients if it's possible. And then direct clients, I'm not sure about time. Yeah, we have 15 minutes left. So we don't have a lot of time to speak about direct clients, but just to share my personal experience, I would say that most of my direct clients found me using different social media, including Prozee.com and LinkedIn, and also through referrals. So it's important to have your online profiles complete and to network with your peers, as we are doing it right now in the conference. And then the other skill that is important for freelance professionals is sales and business development. I know that it can be you might be not that comfortable with sales as I was, and actually I didn't realize that sales is important for freelancers. But over time, I faced the need to find new clients, and I actually need to sell my services. And to do cold outreach, for example, to the direct prospects or to the translation agencies, or in the response to some job offerings. And when I was composing my outreach, I researched the company and researched the person who I was going to contact, and tried to make my email as much personal as it can be, including including arguments how I can help the company and how I can solve their problems. And then don't expect to receive answer right away or even after a couple of follow-ups. So I've put some simple system in place to keep track of all my sales activities. When I included, you can see in this table below, I included company details, what I did if I contacted them in LinkedIn or applied on the website, or whether I took a test with them, and the results of my activities and next actions. And then what was final result if, for example, I found that the client only wanted full-time on-site linguist, or if so it was like a fail for me. And then if I was onboarded, meaning that if I did the first project for the client. Following up this topic, I included some information about the cover letter, how to write cover letter. Basically, I've divided my cover letter into three categories. Introduction, where I introduce myself and what combinations, where I included information where I found the job, and then specific bullet points why the company should consider me, including my previous experience. For example, if you're applying to be a translator for Booking.com, you can include that you have translated for tourism industry, for example, including word counts if the NDA with your previous clients allows to reveal this information. And then closing with the thank you for considering me and including my resume. So imagine that you've landed your client, and this is where hard work begins, because you need to make sure that cooperation is going smoothly. And we all are working in the service industry, so we need to provide excellent services. And communication is number one rule for me. Actually, even over communication, it is. I think it's a sign of professionalism. So when communicating, so it's important to communicate promptly and efficiently. For example. if you don't need to reply to your client immediately, but for example you're working and then you're taking a break, you can reply during this break, confirming safe receipt of the email. If you aren't sure what to reply or how to solve the problem, you can just write that I'll look into that and get back to you ASAP. And then one of the pain points is communicating about delays. I was uncomfortable doing that, as it's like I'm failing, I'm not delivering job on time, but it's really important, and your client will appreciate if you will let them know that you won't be able to deliver by the deadline as early as you can. So they have like the buffer, they have the space to work with their stakeholders and to communicate this to them, and communicate about the project itself, asking questions, getting as much information about the project as you can. If, for example, you've posted some query, asked about the context in the translation project, but you don't have the reply by the time it's coming to you to deliver the project, I was writing my decision in the, for example, in the notes to the project or in the email, and clients can see the justification and they can forward this to their final clients. And what else do we have? Quality. So it goes without saying that we need to deliver excellent quality, but there are some factors that can impact the quality of our work. For example, we need to estimate what time is needed to complete the project. If the project, the quality can be not so good or not as we expect it to be, and then we need to communicate about the project itself, asking the questions, and also if you are not sure about some terms, you can ask advice from your colleagues or from subject matters experts. For example, I've developed throughout the years, I've developed like a support network where I can ask my reviewers and my other colleagues how would they translate such or other term, and then if I'm not sure about some technical terms, I'm used to ask my friends who are software developers and can explain me how is it working actually. So be flexible. For example, if your client has some special requests or ask you to deliver the job a bit earlier as it turned to be a rush job, so you need to be flexible and you need to be reliable to deliver on time, and if you can't make it, to communicate this to your client as soon as possible. And then a team player, meaning that you can advise your client about the best practices or make some recommendation about the process or like the technology. Some advice is how to nurture customer relations. One of my colleagues had a very interesting practice to be sending quarterly updates on email indicating her holidays, what recent courses she took, what projects she completed related to the area in which the client is working. And then sometimes I'm sending relevant articles to the clients if I found them, and making a personal connection is really important. For example, every year before Christmas, I'm sending Christmas cards to my clients. clients, including sometimes a tiny piece of some good chocolate. So it's a small action, but it really helps to build the good relations with the customer. And if I'm traveling to the country or the city my client is living, I'm suggesting to take a lunch with them if they have, of course, time, and it also it's really beneficial. So what's next? As many speakers noted before, the modern world appreciates diversity, and if you will be able to provide services, different services within your specialization, you will have more opportunities to earn. For example, at different stages of my career, I've faced my clients face the need of different services. For example, I was doing community management for and also local user support. I was doing copywriting in the target language for Tumblr. So if you see that your client is in the need of additional linguistic and cultural related services, you need to develop, to look into developing some of the additional competences for you. Of course, networking, everybody knows about this, and we're doing it here. You can join translation associations. There are quite a lot out there. For example, American translation associations and Ukrainian one. Then there is globalization and localization associations. You can look for them online, and finding a mentor and receiving feedback from it is a great way for personal development. I've put like through over time I'm gathering for myself mainly some interesting resources, books and blogs, and I'm putting them on my website, on my blog. You can have a look in the long winter evenings at some interesting resources as well. I think that's it. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. And questions? Sorry if it was too long and too boring. Yep.
Hi, and thank you for this for your talk. It was very enlightening. My question is, when you were talking about a cover letter, do you mean a separate piece of, say, a PDF or a Word document, or do you mean something that you just put into the body of an email, where you can? Reason I'm asking is, if, in my opinion at least, if you're putting a lot of words in the body of an email, a project manager or whoever's looking for a translator at a direct clients company will just look over it, probably miss some stuff, and go for something that is more shorter and more comprehensive, more straight to the point, like, I'm a translator in this language pair, I know your area, here's my CV attached.
Thank you for your question. So generally, when I was applying to jobs, I was putting my CV in the body of the email, but it was not that long. It just listed the main points, and I was attaching my resume to the email. And from the point of view of the customer, if you say who is looking at the email, I don't think it's a really good idea to have it attached, because you're opening the email and you can look through it. You don't have a lot of time to verify every word, and then to look through the main points in the body of the email, and then to look at the CV itself attached. Anyone else wants to have some questions? Yep.
If there are no more questions, then I'll ask mine. So when you were speaking about the resume and the CV, do you think we, like today, we should be using the same old formats like Word files, PDF files, or have you tried some maybe innovative ways to send a resume? And a question that's related to that, what do you think about a personal website for a freelance translator?
Yes, so the first one about innovative ways. Yeah, there are online pages and online resume builders where you can post your resume, and it is okay. From my point of view, it's the weight of the resume has the same the same weight of the CV you're sending over PDF and on the online. So it's if you have time to make a shiny online page, it would be really nice. But if you're working, for example, if you're applying for translation agency, usually your resume is saved within their database, so they have it handy when they're searching for the translators. Yep. And then about website, yeah. So I know there is a movement in translation community to do a lot of marketing activities to have a website. And yes, if you have time, it's a good. It would be good to have a website. I also have some simple pages on the internet, but if you everyone is limited in their time, and in my point of view, it's better to develop yourself, your writing and translation skills, and actually your subject matter expertise, to take some additional courses than to spend days on your website.
Do you have any more questions? No. Everyone is waiting for lunch. Thank you, Marta. I think that was very, very useful for the beginners, and not only for the beginners. So thanks again, and we'll get in touch. Ну и сейчас у нас подошло.
And now it's time for lunch. So let's meet here after the lunch is finished.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies.
I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone from anywhere in real time. Language infrastructure tools.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
Конференция должна сделать рынок переводческих
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them, and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Львов, Украина.
Санкт-Петербург.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world. I organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий, и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат, располагающий к более тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shiny with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну, скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Город-герой Киев.
I live in the Netherlands, Holland. Области Филадельфии. Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова. Из Киева.
Из Казахстана.
I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
Whole place is just incredible, and talking about, you know, technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful, you know, sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience, and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный. Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect, and also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly. That's amazing.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place, because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи. Я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice. Gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю вас. Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю всех вас.
Я всех приглашаю на UTCamp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UTCamp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UTCamp 2020.
Ми з Ілюшею приглашаємо вас на UTIC 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we look back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Our clients choose InText because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Hey there, I'm Paul Owen from pros.com. I hope you're enjoying this amazing event, UTCamp 2021. And at pros.com, we are delighted to be a partner for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the homepage. In the top menu bar here, you'll see education and drop down to education at pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the Cat Tools starter kit, we have transcreation essentials, and more. As you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this transcreation essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the remote interpreter bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com, or you can submit a support request via the pros.com website. So that's our pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful, and I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request. Copy the content type header and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to post and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
I'm Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
much text, too much text. Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected. Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
The Pool is a brand new directory for professionals working in the audiovisual localization industry. It's an online platform that language service providers and individuals can use to find professional audiovisual translators specializing in different fields and language pairs. The Pool will promote global networks by providing a directory of audiovisual translation professionals offering a wide range of services. Subtitling origination, closed captions, voiceover, quality control, post-editing, and much more. Contact us to know more.
Hello, Patrick. We have a big project.
Hello, Laura. Great.
Need 20 translators next week. Can you book them?
Give me 2 hours, please.
Okay.
Hi, John. Are you available next week?
No, sorry. Already have a job.
Okay, thanks. Are you available next week?
Yes, but just on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, then I'd book those days.
Not sure, it depends.
Yes, count on me.
Yes, got 20 of them. We can do it. I've booked 20 translators.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to say, but we are canceling the project.
Okay, no problem at all.
Our clients choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within the Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies.
I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone from anywhere in real time. Language infrastructure tools.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
Конференция должна сделать рынок переводческих
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them, and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Львов, Украина.
Санкт-Петербург.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат располагающий к более тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shiny with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Город-героя Киев.
I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
I'm из Казахстана. I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
The whole place is just incredible, and talking about, technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful, sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience, and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный. Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect. And also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly. That's amazing.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Можно говорить, я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи, я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю всех вас. Я всех приглашаю на UT Camp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UT Camp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UT Camp 2020.
Ми з Ілюшею приглашаємо вас на UT 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Our clients choose InText because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Hey there, I'm Paul Owen from pros.com. I hope you're enjoying this amazing event, UTCamp 2021. And at pros.com, we are delighted to be a partner for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the home page. In the top menu bar here, you'll see education and drop down to education at pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the Cat Tools starter kit, we have transcreation essentials, and more. As you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this transcreation essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the Pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the remote interpreter bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com. Or you can submit a support request via the pros.com website. So that's our pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful. And I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request. Copy the content type header and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to post and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text. Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected. Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
The Pool is a brand new directory for professionals working in the audiovisual localization industry. It's an online platform that language service providers and individuals can use to find professional audiovisual translators specializing in different fields and language pairs. The Pool will promote global networks by providing a directory of audiovisual translation professionals offering a wide range of services: subtitling origination, closed captions, voiceover, quality control, post-editing, and much more. Contact us to know more.
Hello, Patrick. We have a big project.
Hello, Laura. Great.
Need 20 translators next week. Can you book them?
Give me 2 hours, please.
Okay.
Hi, John. Are you available next week?
No, sorry. Already have a job.
Okay, thanks. Are you available next week?
Yes, but just on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, then I'd book those days.
Not sure. It depends.
Yes, count on me.
Yes, got 20 of them. We can do it. I've booked 20 translators.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to say, but we are canceling the project.
Okay, no problem at all.
Our clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies.
I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone from anywhere in real time. Language infrastructure tools.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy
knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them, and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Lvov, Ukraine.
Санкт-Петербург.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат располагающий к более тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shiny with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Города-героя Киев.
I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
Из Казахстана.
I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
The whole place is just incredible, and talking about, technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful, sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience, and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный.
Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect. And also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly. That's amazing.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place, because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Можно говорить, я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи, я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю всех вас.
Я всех приглашаю на UT Camp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UT Camp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UT Camp 2020.
Мы с Илюшей приглашаем вас на UT 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue.
So, dear friends, we are back to our audio translation track, and I hope that you had an excellent lunch, and we are ready to listen to our next speaker about how to ignore the noise, white noise and not only white, which surrounds us in our daily work, and how to focus on business. Our next speaker is Dana Sabados. So, welcome, Dana.
Hi. We can definitely hear you, so please. Thank you. How do I share it? Do you have access to your slides or?
Yes.
Yeah,
Now
okay.
is so the title of my presentation is Ignoring the Noise, Focusing on Business. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Dana Sabados. I am a Romanian translator. I work in the English into Romanian and French into Romanian pairs. My fields are marketing, corporate governance, sustainability, technical, environment, fashion, and cosmetics. Dear colleagues, welcome to my tranquil presentation about avoiding the noise. This presentation is a series of notes gathered in time based on my observation on the theme of noise in the last 1 year and a half. Most of them conclude with questions that can be used periodically to assess our approach towards noise. There were several waves of different kinds of psychological noise that I had to deal with, generated by a variety of sources. Discussions with friends led to the conclusion that all of us have to face noise, and our approaches are somehow different, and so are our perceptions on what noise is. Many of us understood the hard way we were victims of noise that prevented us from focusing on the actual business, therefore drawing us back, becoming a setback. While a setback is a negative factor, it can have a positive effect by teaching us things that we neither learned in school nor from others, and by having first-hand experience. I wonder if you can really see me.
Yes, we can. We can see both you and the
Yeah,
slide.
okay.
Yeah, everything's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you. Thank you. So, the definition of noise. Noise is everywhere. We are surrounded by noise. While I'm sitting here in my office with my headset on, I can hear the renovation noise in the flats around. This noise coming from the environment is a physical noise, the sound. Sound intensity is measured in decibels. It has been hot in Romania recently. Temperatures reach almost 40 degrees Celsius, and without air conditioning, work would have been unbearable in my office. The discomfort of extreme working conditions is an example of physiological noise. Nowadays, there are lots of online and offline discussions on the pros and cons of vaccination. While some are based on science, many are based on personal perception and understanding. Such sensitive issues are examples of psychological noise. The people who had a trauma, a loss of a dear one, or of a loss of income, for example, struggle with emotional noise. Sean Aker, an American author and speaker, in his book Before Happiness, distinguishes between noise and signals, stating that a signal is information that is true and reliable.
Sorry, we don't hear anymore. So I think something's no sound. Still no sound. А что у нас со звуком будет? I think that there should be some technical problem at your side. If you can hear us, but we cannot hear you anymore. So maybe there's something. No, still no sound. Maybe there's some button that was unpressed or something like that. Can you check your sound buttons or the cords, the cable? Очень символично получилось, что был шум, и вдруг шума нет, звука нет. Давайте будем надеяться, что сейчас все починится. Мы что-то можем сделать со своей стороны, или мы только можем ждать, пока она переподключится? Ага, да, хорошо. Dana, if you can hear us right now, could you please reload the page in the browser and see if you're back, if the sound is back? Да, наверное, придется. Ну, пока не похоже, что Дана нас слышит. Да, еще секундочку подождем. Можно анонсировать. Есть
Can you see me?
надежда?
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, we can both see and hear you. Finally. So we don't know what it was, but let's hope it won't happen again.
I
So
hope so.
yeah. Everything looks fine now.
Ah.
Well, that's
and also the echo disappeared.
But that's also kind of noise, technical problems.
Yeah.
A noise in a way.
Of course. Of course. Well, even if it has an echo, I will ignore it if I can. So it has been hot in Romania recently. Temperatures reached almost 40 degrees Celsius. Without air conditioning, work would have been unbearable in my office. And the discomfort of extreme working conditions is an example of physiological noise. Nowadays, there are lots of online and offline discussions on the pros and cons of vaccination. While some are based on science, many are based on personal perception and understanding.
Can we get your slides back, please? So we can see you now, but we don't see the slides.
Oh my. Can you see it?
Not yet. Well, that's a real-time situation. Things happen.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Do you think we can do without the slides? Just.
Yeah, can you see it?
Yeah.
Can you see any
yes,
slides?
Yes, the presentation is back now. Okay. Back to the noise.
Okay. I will not touch anything now.
Okay.
So the people who had a trauma, a loss of a dear one like me now, or a loss of income, for example, struggle with emotional noise. Sean Aker, an American author and speaker, in his book Before Happiness, distinguishes between noise and signals, stating that a signal is an information that is true and reliable and alerts you to the opportunities, possibilities, and resources to reach full potential. While noise is any information that is negative, false, unnecessary, or prevents you from perceiving success. He developed a 4-category system to identify noise. Based on his approach, noise means information that is unusable, information that will not change your behavior, untimely, information that you do not plan to use immediately and may change by the time you use it, hypothetical information that could be as opposed to what is, and distracting information that distracts you from your career or personal goals. Communication channels and noise. Our lives have two sides, the personal life and the business one. The balance between these two is given by how we use the communication channels and how we are able to identify and cancel the noise. The main business communication channels are emails, video conferences, social media, online communication platforms, phone calls, face-to-face communication. The question is, what amount of the communication flowing through these channels is important and meaningful, and what amount is noise? In order to be able to properly focus on work and to minimize the noise, we need a shut-off valve for opening, closing, or adjusting the communication channels, and a filter for the information in this communication. The useful information is a signal, the useless one is a noise. The shut-off valve and the wish to please. We only have a limited amount of time and we have to share it wisely between the two sides of our lives. We cannot please everyone in our business lives and we do not have to do so. No is a word in all the languages and it can be expressed in a variety of semantic constructions. Sometimes we do not say no because we do not want to disappoint others. We want to be more competitive than others, or we cannot properly assess our limits. Not saying no when we should say it means surrender to the noise, allowing others to set our priorities. Here are two examples on how I reacted in different situations. The first one, an acquaintance calls me hours before I am leaving on vacation. She needs some notarized translations that could require a couple of days to translate. Not only that I do not translate notarized translations, but I also have other personal plans. I tell her politely about my departure and I recommend someone who can do it. She is upset and removes me from her Facebook friends. My shut-off valve in the closed position triggered the filter. The second one, an acquaintance sends me a text message. She has my contact details from my accountant. She needs a short document translated. She sends it via phone. I'm busy and not willing to change my schedule. And she insists I want to get rid of the back and forth communication and I accept to translate it. Several lines that took me half an hour to translate as I had to do some research, then do the layout, print, sign, and deliver it to a person nearby. My shut-off valve in the open position flooded my schedule. My examples are related on how the perception of the public regarding translation influences their requests from translators. Creating awareness on the profession and on how translators' work is critical for our avoiding the noise. How often do you say no in order to protect yourself against noise? Is busyness good for the business? We are multitasking, we are business. How often do we hear this statement? How proud those who say it are of their busyness. We have a schedule for the next days, weeks, or even months. Our time is booked. In principle, because we constantly receive emails that require our attention, browse the internet, check the social media, read the news, communicate on various channels. Some of these are part of our work, but many are not. They are simply noise that reduces our productivity and focus, influencing the output of our business. We react differently to noise. Some of us need a break every now and then. Some of us can work continuously for a longer time. Being busy does not necessarily mean being productive. At the end of the day, the amount of progress in our work proves what our busyness led to. Being busy also means we are in demand. The more in demand we are, the more we have to sort out what is signal and what is noise. Earlier this year, I reorganized my business. I was too busy with jobs and clients that I was not resonating with any longer. That prevented me from accepting new clients or from working more on topics I am interested in. I decided to increase my rates for 3 of them. One could not accommodate the rate. One accepted the new rate and sent me more work. One accepted the rate, stopped sending me work, and posted the project I was involved in on a translator's portal, then wanting to return to me. All these reactions helped me understand my decision was right and that I identified correctly the noise. Busyness goes hand in hand with allowing different sources of noise impact our workflow or our personal life. How do you deal with busyness? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you very well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's okay. We have the sound. Yeah, everything's
Okay.
working fine.
Okay. Urgent for whom? We're used to receive urgent marked emails. What does urgent mean in this context? How is the urgency degree measured? Last week, my offer for a Black Friday related translation was declined as I quoted 1 day more than the proposed deadline. It was in July and it was urgent. How is urgency defined? In order to transpose the urgency in our terms and to balance it with our schedule, we can use a ranking or a checklist while communicating with the other party and considering our priorities and theirs. In my experience, urgencies are unplanned but genuine, that should be dealt with immediately, planned, that should be dealt with immediately based on prior arrangements, negotiable, or not urgent at all. Urgency is not always mirrored, and it usually has disruptive effects on our schedule, therefore can be considered a noise. Does urgent mean the priorities are not truly important or correctly set? Is something urgent more important or less important than the non-urgent things? Which urgencies do you encounter in your daily work? The Pareto principle or the 80-20 rule. This principle, developed by the Romanian-born management consultant Joseph M. Juran, a principle named after the Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto, states that 80% of the consequences come from 20% of the causes. In other words, 80% of the causes are potentially noise generating. Therefore, they do not add much to our output. What we have to focus on is the remaining 20%, the ones that make the difference. 20% of the clients in our portfolio contribute 80% of the revenue. 20% of our specializations contribute 80% of the work volume. The numbers do not have to be exactly 80-20, they are roughly around these values, and the total should not be exactly 100. The meaning of the Pareto principle is that most things are not distributed evenly. Each unit of cost does not contribute the same amount to the consequences. Focusing on the important 20% does not mean neglecting the remaining 80% causes, but optimizing, delegating, or even letting them go. What are the 20% of your work that drive 80% of your output? Does noise change, or do we change? What was yesterday's noise can become today's signal, and the other way around. Based on the circumstances, the way we perceive noise can change. Our perspectives change, and our perception is dynamic. We control the amount of noise in our lives, and we are able to reduce the noise in order to listen to the signal. Noise and signal are subjective, and so are our answers or reactions to them. Some of us are reluctant to change what we define as signal and noise. Some embrace change willingly, realizing our perception and the environment changed. Therefore, in order to remain relevant, their definition of noise should be adjusted to match the current situation. When did you last change your definition of noise and signal? And what were the factors that triggered this change? What is the right level of noise? The right level of noise is not zero. Canceling the noise can be either undesirable or too expensive. Filtering the noise so we can only listen to the signals is easier to attain, adds value and contributes to our success. Noise makes communication more robust and the receiver more prepared to react. We should not underestimate the power of noise. It's up to us to define the signal to noise ratio, the measure that compares the level of desired signal and the level of background noise for ourselves at a certain moment and to adjust them according to our strategy. What to donate, money or time? Time is a limited resource. We only have 24 hours in a day and we have to divide time wisely. We sell our time and knowledge for money. Some of the people around us want to grab our time, making us use it according to their wishes. Once you give them a finger, they'll take the whole hand, forgetting or ignoring our time belongs to us. And this is noise. Think about the self-declared victims, those who think the universe owes something to them and complain about their misfortune to everyone. They want others to be aware of their plan and suffer together with them. Their manipulative communication is signal for them without taking it into account. It can be noise for many in the audience. The biggest gift we can do to ourselves and to our nearest and dearest is spending time with them. And the time spent amidst meaningless noise is time stolen from them. Sometimes it is difficult for the noise generated to understand their communication is noise. And this is where the shut-off valve should be mounted. There is a small number of causes I donate my time to. These are causes I believe in, that I want to support, not somebody else's choices or beliefs. I extensively help others, and I'm aware the limit between signal and noise in this respect is extremely fine. I found it from my own and from others' experience. Cultivating meaningful and healthy relationships or socializing with everyone. Not all relationships are equal. Socializing with everyone, aside from devouring our time, brings loads of noise. Whether we are introverts or extroverts, we should carefully select the people we want to spend our time with, as they can influence our well-being and output. Work with colleagues you like and respect. Do you feel inspired, supported, appreciated, and confident when interacting with the people in your circle? Or frustrated, overwhelmed, depressed, and exhausted? The former means what you hear is signal. The latter means you hear noise. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This is what motivational speaker John Rohn said. His statement is related to the law of average, the theory that the result of any given situation is the average of all outcomes. In short, the law of average says that the salesperson has to make an average 30 cold calls to make a sale. Every 10 cold calls would bring them 1 invitation for a presentation. And for the 3 invitations, they would get 1 sale. The African big 5 below, the elephant, rhinoceros, buffalo, lion, leopard, are the most sought for animals in a safari. I saw 4 of them in Tanzania. The leopard was not visible, but it definitely was there, hidden, observing. the 5 people we spend the most time with, the big 5 in our lives. 5 people, 5 relationships who define our self-esteem, personalities, and decisions. 5 people who provide feedback, be it positive or negative, and help us grow. These 5 people are the ones who provide signal, meaningful input for us. What if we paraphrase Jim Rohn's words and say, your business is the average of the 5 clients you do more work with. Who are these clients? And why are they the 5 clients you do more work with? Is feedback noise? Feedback is the ratio of how we actually perform to the other party's expectations. Therefore, feedback is subjective. If the expectations were clearly stated and both parties are aware of them, and the assessment of our performance is honest, then feedback is signal and it describes you. If the expectations were vague and or the assessment of our performance is not impartial, feedback is noise and it describes a feedback provider. In both cases, feedback should be considered for further improvement of our own work and business model or the improvement of the way we interact with others. Seth Godin said that feedback is a gift. Why should we waste a gift and not make good use of it or even monetize it? Are signal and noise identical for all of us? Look around, see how people react to the same situations and stimuli. While some take risks, some are reluctant to make any step forward from their comfort zone. While some complain about the pressure on prices in their segment, some are not afraid to position themselves in a different side or level of the market. Some only travel in groups or go to all-inclusive resorts, and others choose more adventurous trips, enjoying their experience and freedom of traveling by themselves or in small groups. Signal and noise are defined at the individual level by our own judgments of things. The definition of signal and noise is an intrinsic value set by each of us. Sometimes we are able to understand how others define these values, but this is not necessarily mutual. We cannot expect others to understand how we define noise and signal. Do you talk to yourself? All of us use intrapersonal communication or self-speak, meaning we are simultaneously the sender and the receiver of the message, either by speaking loud or silent or setting mementos in a variety of ways. Think about taking decision on your own. How would you do it? Based on situational awareness and using intrapersonal communication, you are ready to take a decision in the time frame you set. We use intrapersonal communication to raise our own situational awareness or to focus on accomplishing our goals. Whenever our mind begins to wander about, we deal with internal noise that can create a communication barrier with ourselves or during interpersonal communication. We can either turn a deaf ear to the internal noise or address the cause of this noise depending on our priorities. The more we notice what is occupying our mental space, the faster we can return back on track to our meaningful activities. What I meant by this presentation, noisy presentation, unfortunately, is that noise is everywhere and it's up to us to identify the right level of noise we can handle and that is suitable for ourselves. The definition of noise and signal are different at individual level, and our perception towards noise and signal is dynamic. It is not set in stone. Thank you for your time and for your attention. I hope you could find some signal in my noisy presentation that will help you deal with the noise in your life.
Thank you very much, Dana. It was definitely...
I'm somewhere.
It was tough,
I'm
but
somewhere.
you're still with us. It was not easy, but you handled it. Yeah. So thanks again. I think there was lots of food for thought in this presentation, right? I think we can afford one question at most. Are there any questions right now? Because unfortunately we're out of time, but yeah, just one question, please.
I'd like to thank you for the brilliant presentation. And one tiny question. Could you please name the book you mentioned in the first part of your presentation? The book about noise and signal and different types of noise.
Before Happiness.
And the author?
That is the name of the book, yes. And the author is Sean Aker.
Sean Aker. Thank you very much.
No. You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much again. And
thank you. And sorry for all the technical
well,
noise.
that happens. Noise is part of our lives, right? So thanks again and all the best. Давайте
Thank
еще
you.
раз
Likewise.
спикеру.
Thank you.
И мы немножко выбились из расписания, но тем не менее мы переходим к следующему.
Okay, so we are a bit behind the schedule, but we proceed to a rather panel discussion, which will be dedicated to literary translation. And so we have fresh blood in the literary discussion. This discussion will be dedicated to those who only make the first steps on the way to literary translation. So please welcome our speakers, participants of this discussion. This is Hanna Kiriyenko, Bogdana Sinyukevich, Katarina and Anatoly Pitake. And as far as I understand, some of the participants who will be moderating this discussion. Anna, so hi Anna. And Bogdana will be moderating the discussion, so great, thank you. Here's your mic. Hello everyone, thank you so much for coming here to listen to our discussion. So as far as I understand, Bogdana will be moderating the discussion. Yes, that's true. Hi everyone, happy to see all of you here. Hello, we are very happy to see all of you here. It's a pleasure to see both those people that we know and new faces. It's great that UTIC helps us see a lot of literary translators. It's a pleasure because, as we remember, in 2016, there were only a few of us, and now there are so many of you, and we are about to conquer the world. Okay, let us start from this conference, and then we will conquer the world, definitely. Okay, but we will discuss it later in private. Nobody shall know about that. Okay, so I will start with a general question. I hope that it will be important for everyone, to those who would like to try themselves in literary translation. So how did you start your career in literary translation? How did you start cooperating with different publishing houses? Maybe you will tell us about the process, or probably you will give us a piece of advice on how to start. Okay, who will start? Katarina. Okay, Han, maybe you will start because you are present on site. Okay, I will tell you briefly. It seems to me that my experience might be very useful for beginners, those who are making their first steps on the way to literary translation, because I've been in this area for only 3 years. I started doing translations later in my career. I'm 37 now. I've been working before at the National Bank of Ukraine as a translator and interpreter. And then I understood that I really like literature and I would like to translate books. So then I left my job and I started translating books when still working at the National Bank of Ukraine. It was actually quite easy. I don't mean translating, but to start translating, because back then the Ukrainian publishing was booming, and the publishing industry required a lot of new translators, or at least I thought so. I saw there was a vacancy in a job offering at Nash Format publishing house. I just saw this job listing. I sent my CV to them, and this is how my cooperation with this publishing house started. Then later, publishing houses started looking for me. So right now, I even have to reject some offers because I don't have enough time to do all the translations I'm offered. So this was the start of my career. But what was the question you asked? How to tell me about this process? What advice would you give to beginners who would like to start being literary translators? Once I told students how to do that. First of all, I would recommend you not to be afraid. If you're a student, you can easily reach out to publishing houses. There are a lot of talented students or graduates who are much more talented than so-called older colleagues. And my editors are actually younger than me. Despite being young, they are very qualified. So at the beginning, of course, I had this cooperation with Nash format, but I opened Facebook page, I searched for different websites of publishing houses, and I wrote messages to them. Do you need a translator? Hello, I translate from this language. Do you need translators? Nasha Idea, our Idea publishing house, that publishes French comic books. So they were looking for a translator, and we've been cooperating with them for many years now. So I don't know how this method is actually called, but unfortunately, such job listings are not published on WorkUA website. Everything happens through different communication channels. I would also recommend to add as friends on Facebook all translators that you can reach out to. A lot of publishing houses are looking for translators through Facebook. And of course, I would suggest you to join different translators groups, such as Translators in Action. I don't know how Zoomers actually, whether they are active on Facebook, but you will need to get registered if you would like to have connections in literary translations or to promote yourself in this area, because all the scandals and intrigues are happening there, not on Instagram, not on TikTok. You also need to attend conferences, different conferences, attend Lviv Publishers Forum, Kiev Book Arsenal, Translatorium Festival in Khmelnytsky. There you will have the most valuable things, contacts, and contacts will lead you through cooperation with publishing houses. So Katerina, you are also working with several languages. You are translating from English and French. So how did you start your career in literary translation? Anatoly and Ali, we started together, so probably students will be interested in our experience, because we started from literary translation. It was our first area in translation that we started with. Back then, we were students. We were about to graduate, and we were lucky. What is really important to understand what you would like to do. When you understand that, when you finally understand that you want to translate literature, that you're interested in that, just start working. The most important is to love what you do, to be passionate about what you do. So everyone around sees that you are really passionate. You need to be self-confident, or at least make pretend that you are confident. Okay, we started translating with sci-fi, science fiction. We started with Stephen King, and we were lucky to start with such a writer. Now we understand it even better, but maybe we understood it even then. Back then, we were shocked. It was a wow effect that we were experiencing. But now we can really understand that. We now understand that it was an excellent first step. Because we were interested in science fiction, we started attending different festivals and gatherings related to this area. We've been translated for 6 years in this area, and it was an exciting moment. It was the time when our career started. In 2015, the first Comic Con was held in Kiev. We went there, we started talking to people from this area. So this is exactly what Hannah said. You need to reach out to people, you need to talk to others who work in this area. So we met a lot of excellent people. We showed them that we are as crazy as they were. Yes, that's true. Personal contacts are very important in our area. You can be a very talented person, but if you don't go anywhere, nobody will know about you. If you choose this strategy, be sure that you will only get access to a limited number of projects. But if you communicate to people, it is easier to talk to them, it is easier to find common language, and it is easier to demonstrate that you are interested in a particular project. The moment we understood that we would like to translate books, we started writing to different people using different channels. We started writing to publishing houses, writing that we are so eager to translate Ray Bradbury. Please give us the opportunity to be a part of this project. We've been dreaming of translating Bradbury for many, many years. And it's not a problem. Some of them answered to us in a couple of months. That's not a problem. We went to the Lviv Publishers Forum. This is also an excellent place which gathers a lot of translators of books. So if you would like to work in this area, you do need to visit it. As for the internet contacts with translators, we need to work to communicate there. And of course, we also attended the Publishers Forum. We went to all the people present there and we said, we would like to translate Stephen King. We would like to do that. We are really passionate. We have one book which had been published before, so we are experienced. Well, it's funny to remember about that now, because now we have more than 20 publications, 20 published books, and we hope that the list will be even longer because we really love our job. I translate from English and French, and as Hannah, I also translate comic books from French. I also work with French, and it's a pleasure. We even took part the same project. Yes, Katerina was added in my translation, actually. We are really grateful for this cooperation. We hope that sooner or later you will be added in our translation. Okay, now let's continue our discussion. We will continue our discussion about cooperation and editing a little bit later. But another question which might be interesting to students. If you analyze the number of translators of books, you can notice that a lot of them are not specialized. They are not professional translators. They might be linguists, philologists, or journalists, but they're not translators. So the question is, do you need to get a translator's diploma to work as a literal translator? Do you need to understand the theory in order to translate books? So Hannah, over to you first. Thanks for the question. I also noticed that when I started translating books, that a lot of my colleagues didn't have a translator's diploma, but they were excellent translators. And I was surprised at first, but later I understood that I had to understand, to learn how to translate like from scratch. I attended a lot of courses in literal translation because I understood that I wasn't taught that at the university. It seems to me that in addition to talent, you don't necessarily need a diploma. You need to read a lot. It is very important that you love books from early childhood. And of course, knowing a language is very important. You cannot do without it. Anatoly, what about you? Do you need a translator's degree and to know the theory in order to translate books? Well, I don't think that this is compulsory, but I don't think this is. It might be useful. And I'm lucky to have a translator's degree, and it really helped me in many things because I knew the theory. This is what adds to the discipline. This is what helps me to arrange my knowledge. I talked to many colleagues who came to this area from other areas, and it seemed like we did the same, but very often we noticed that, for example, our colleagues, they do everything in a proper way, but they cannot explain why they do that. They just feel the language, they understand the area, they have this gut feeling, but there is a theory behind that. And when you know this theory, you can go faster, or you can be more confident. Well, that's interesting. When we are asked whether you needed a translator's degree, I remember that when we translated Stephen King, nobody asked for a diploma, but we did need the knowledge, the skills that we got at the university. It seems to me that translator's background gives you more freedom and more confidence in what you do. We faced situations when there were colleagues who understand the books, whose Ukrainian is excellent, but they're afraid. They're afraid to change the syntaxes of the syntax of the. Are afraid to change something. Well, later they understand how to do that, and everything is great. But as they might be afraid by using antonyms, they say, "Oh, do I really? Can I really say that?" So they need to understand the linguistic principles, the basic transformations. Of course, it's not compulsory. We cannot say that a person cannot become a translator without a translator's degree, because nobody asked for a diploma when we started translating Stephen King. And the publishing house were quite surprised that we were so young. And this is after we actually translated a big part of the book. And later we were said, okay, so send us your documents and we need to sign a contract. And you mean 19 years? Are you 19? Really? Later, the editor said that she was shocked when she got to know our age. But at the same time, it proves that the fact that you don't always need a diploma, but the knowledge that we got when starting, it helped us to implement this project within the tight deadlines.
And as an educator, I'm trying to teach my students to do literature translation. And also, I try to give them those approaches which might be very helpful on their ways. Of course, there are many ways, and you can do lots of things, but I do want that their literary translation would be really, really nice, because it's one of the most wonderful films. And we have actually recorded topic of publishing, and we would like to ask you about the process and also the pieces of advice regarding that. So, what should was our notice or others' advices, and maybe the topics dealing with the contracts, and what things might be very useful here to know. So you need to sign a contract. I cannot guarantee that if this contract is not implemented, you will be able to go to the court and to sue the publisher. But we need to constantly develop this topic. And I had an instance when I was starting to work with the publisher. They sent me a contract simply taken from the internet, and that gave me a chance to actually request samples which have been developed for the translation of books with all the aspects which might be useful for the contracts, and they are very useful when you're dealing with the publishment. So once you are telling that I need this type of contracts, then you can negotiate other terms. When you're sending your work, you can negotiate what the time you need for the complaints in terms of other not qualitative translations, and other issues about the author's copywritings. And from my own experience, I can tell that it takes really an infinite amount of time. It actually takes 10, 15 years, and then I get my authorized back. So this is it that I wanted to tell. From my experience, I'd like to point that once I was doing a book, and the contract was really distorted, and publishers told me that actually that everything's going to be fine and I need to go to the court. And here we are dealing with a very painful issue. So please tell us your experience. You know, we are working with publishings. We are very comfortable to work with, and we don't have any problems. But there are issues. And here I can tell beginners try to negotiate. And when we actually started. We took an order for translations, and in terms of money, the advice is always negotiate the money price, and this is the only case when there is a matter not of true your evadings. You need to clearly know what the publisher wants for you, and please negotiate about money, and as early as you can. And this amount of money was really small, and publisher was keeping telling us you are going to have a lot of money, and it turns out that maybe that person really did have that amount of money, but we actually didn't have them at all. And I'd like to add that there are so many instances when a publisher advises, okay, we need to put this budget or the and then unofficially he advises, please let us add another sum. So please do think in advance about that, because some young interpreters or translators, they are ready to accept these terms, and please be aware that this trap can be on your way. And you need to have the rights to sue the publisher, and you need to pay attention about the terms in the contracts. So and you need to understand all the terms. I've also have the question about the payment of the work, and I also know from many experience and from my own, the translation is not very good things to earn money and to make money for living, but rather for soul. So let's talk about the rates. I know that now we will have certain hysteric laughing, but let's talk about the ratings and what are the perfect figures, and very often publishers are not going to pay exactly the same rates. So in your particular case, what was the amount of rates, and what the beginners should be prepared for? I can say from the point of my own experience. So I started from the rate 120 greeners per page. Now I have a much more higher, rates. And please, beginners, do not agree on the low rate. And it's a good thing that you were offered to translate a book, but constantly increase your rates, because this small number of money can be trap for you. I was constantly raising these rates, and everyone knows that there are 60 page per pages and other ratings, and 30 hryvnias per page. Indeed. So you need to know that there are 120, 140 and 60 hryvnias per page, and it all depends on the publisher. But these tariffs does exist, and I do want to cite it for the beginners. We actually wanted to agree. You need to value yourself. The very first project can be on the lower rate, and of course we do have our first examples of work, and we actually don't want to show it others and how it actually looked like. And then after these first pieces of work, you need to take projects with the high rates, and if everyone agrees not to take the lower rates, then they will actually evaporate themselves. So there are students who take actually lower rates because you need to value yourself, and this process of work is very taking efforts. And I'm doing not only with the literary translation, but I also translated the IT fields. So there are different variety of emotions, and they are uncomparable. So you do need to value your work. And now we are trying to work on those rates, which are very normal for us and comfortable for our living. And of course, there is a matter of charities, of course, but we are trying to get rid of it, we try to take normal rates, and it is normal to get rid of low tariffs. So, as I said, you can take it once, and we also did it like that. And but we had very high rate for translative king, but it was another type of rate. It was a reputational things, and we're so happy that we had this type of translation. I mean, this king translation, and it was a project which was doing well with our reputations. Once you have an offer, which is not really good from the financial side, but you do understand that its failure and its reputational rate can be very valuable. So then you can tell people, okay, I did it, and this is my type of work. Of course, there are a matter of dreams, and after people will be saying that somebody did it for you. But anyway, I wanted to add in terms of the ratings. It is very important here to communicate with colleagues because nobody is going to write you the ratings on the Facebook, but only informal communication, conversations, you can understand and find out this publisher can actually pay more. So colleagues, please communicate and support each other, and we are going to keep talking about that. So go go and communicate all translators, and it seems to be they are all open people, and we can talk about the development of our field. And if you have any questions, you can actually write to me, text me on the Facebook. And colleagues, if you find out that someone actually works with the publishers, so you can simply talk with those people. So, and it's really worth it. I know translators who actually, before all these literature events, they were not aware of these readings, and only thanks to these communications, they found out that publisher can pay more. Now we need to shift to the process of the translations. Let's imagine that you received a proposal and there are two actually groups of translators. For example, on the other hand, there is Viktor Morozov, who translated Harry Potter, and he once told on his interview that he doesn't like to read her. He reads an original source and then he translates it. Now the signal is disappeared. Can you hear me? So the signal has fallen a bit, so I apologize. So in fact, there are translators who think that you need to read from the beginning to the end of the book, but what's exactly your case? Do you read in advance? No, I don't do this, and it's almost impossible to read everything in advance, and of course it is much more interesting to work from the beginning, and especially when I deal with comics. And a piece of advice: once you agreed on a proposal, try to read the feedbacks, the reviews on these books. And once I took in proposal, and it was actually a torture for me to translate it because I failed to read the feedbacks. Katerina, what's your comment? But we actually are the opposite group. It is good that we are working online, and we are now online. We are so peaceful literature translators, but when you are talking about the groups, about the camps, we are trying to keep our reputation further. We are trying to read a book we are translating prior before we are starting to translate it, and there are several reasons for that. And because it is a matter of translations and the generic things. First, we try what is the book and what's the end of the story of this book, because a book can be started from one thing, and the end may be the way around different, and you may not like it. And the well-known novel by Stephen King is started that there is a kind of murder, and then it is ended with a very specific scene, which is not very liked by many people, and you always need to evaluate the text and evaluate in terms of your perceptions and comfort. And this is all about the generic. It should not contradict with your picture of the world, let's say, and you can like to communicate on the Facebook, and you can tend to be on the one way of style, but sometimes the book you're going to translate can be the way round from your world view. In the process of work, we do want to know the end of the book, and all these footnotes the authors is provide translated. And once you look at the carpet and the pattern of carpets, and you need to create the same. Once you come to the exhibition of the carpet, it is enough for you to look at all the carpets. So you to understand everything is beautiful. So, but to make the copy of this carpet, you need to look at the back side and to understand all the not beautiful things and details. And when you're dealing with the text, it is even deeper understanding of this book. Even when we were preparing the reviews of the books, and during that period of time, we did not actually really getting deeper. But once you have read the book, only after you understand the end and the sense and all these details, what they were for, and these starting points were what for, and you are taking the pictures and you're trying to translate it on, and at the end of the story, you find out that that heroes and you thought that it is actually was a man, and you have translated it as it was a man, and it actually took you 350 pages, and very often there is actually a game of words, and which may have a different sense at the end, and it is important to make it suitable and good in all places, and you can simply forget all these game of phrases, and then you need to work on that again and in the process. So were there any cases when we were doing with the science fictions? What we did, we Googled all the feedbacks, reviews. We were trying to understand what people liked or not in order to understand are we on one side with the viewers or not? Do we agree or not? But we are fortunate that the book was good. But in fact, I have listened to you, and I understand that I need to read from the beginning. So it takes time to read that, and this part of job is not going to be paid, but it is a preparatory work. And it is a matter of your opinion. For example, Mr. Morozov is not interested to translate if he is not interested in book. If he knows that who is a murderer and it is a gardener, so I do understand him. So as for me, I have the opposite opinion.
For me, it is very important to understand what the author wanted to say, which aspects they use, how he works. I would like to understand how the author, how the writer creates the picture for the readers, because I need to do the same for Ukrainian readers. It was interesting to talk to colleagues because they have different approaches to different aspects of our work. In particular, some colleagues say that it is very difficult for them to work with psychologically difficult text. For example, it is difficult for them to translate horror books. They care too much, they are too fragile, too delicate about what is happening in the book. And after translating the book, they needed to spend several months to go into therapy, to talk to a therapist, to get well. We have a different approach, because when we see something, a horror story, we say, wow, excellent. We needed to think about the ways to discuss Ukrainian readers in the same way. Once we rode in subway and we saw a person there, and we were discussing how we would be translating an excerpt of the book about something very bloody, very scary. So everything was okay, but the subway, the metro stopped, and then then another person said, "Okay, this is how what these people are talking about." So I have another question, Katerina. Once you said that shared translation or collective translation is not about losing your identity; it's about broadening your identity. So do you work in pair? You work with your husband. So what about an editor who joins you? So this is a so when you become a trio of people who work with the same book, well, uh, we were afraid of an editor at the beginning of our career because we thought that editors were those awful people who would like to showcase that we are awful translators, that we are nothing. Now, uh, we changed. The more we work in this field, the more we understand that editors are our friends. So this is another pair of eyes who will help us make the text perfect. It is very important because this project will be released into the world. Translation is like your child, so everyone will get a closer look on it. And without editor, I wouldn't agree to work at all. At the beginning of my career, of course, we had editors. We never worked without an editor, and that's just great because editors are really needed. We also like working together because of the before the editor Tola takes a look at my translator, and then the editor takes a look at our shared work, and then the proofreader, and then another person who will take a look at this same text. So translation is not really that intimate, and we can let other people join us to make our work even better. But of course, we need to control everything because we need to differentiate because editors who help you, who work together with you to make the text better, this is an ideal editor. But the situations are different. We had different editors, and there were even cases when we wrote to the publisher and said that we cannot accept the edits because we are totally against it. We need another editor, we need another person. So you need also take that into account. You need to learn to understand when edits improve your text, and maybe you wouldn't say that, but it sounds better. And you need to differentiate it from cases where the editor cannot does too much. Of course, you can discuss different edits with the editor. Editor is just a colleague that you work with. This is just another thought. You need to treat this person not as your manager, not as the person who is envious of you and who wants to make your text worse. If you really like something, you can agree. If you dislike something, you can disagree with the edits. Then the editor will, for example, add new arguments and to explain why this edit is valid. Or probably when you explain, when you state your point, and the editor agrees and say, "Oh, definitely, let's go with that." We had discussions both online and offline. And offline, we had a discussion with the editor, and of course, it was less epic than than offline. That when the editor said, "I don't like your word, I should change that," and we said, "No, this is a good word. It is used. We need to use it here." So the editor said, "Okay, your arguments are valid." Or probably we can consult different dictionary and say that we shall replace this word. As for these epic fights with dictionaries, I would like to say that literary translators are very good, quiet people. They are very nice. So I hope that people don't think that you are bad. Another question to Hanna. You worked with different publishers. So editor can compare the original text, the source text, and the translation. or other editors, they only take a look at the final text, final translation. So what is your favorite type of editor, and would you give a piece of advice to the beginners how to work with editors? Just as Katerina, I was afraid of editors at first. I was looking at them as some kind of demigods that would make my translation ideal. Later, when I became more confident, I started rejecting some edits and I started differentiating what might make my translation better or worse. I had different experiences, but I would like to say that most of the editors were good. They improved my translation. But there was one case when I rejected cooperation with an editor. We had a terrible conflict. This editor didn't know French, and he criticized a lot of my words, and then he got a little bit too personal. And he criticized my age, my gender, so it seems to me that it was too much. So nothing good would get out of that cooperation. That is why, yes, they found another editor, and it was much better. The second editor was much better. So what I would like to say, as for the advice, as for the piece of advice, I would like to say that get ready for meeting bad editors. It will happen. The question is, how far can you go with them? How eager you are to fight for every word. I had cases when the publisher had to judge our conflict and to decide whether they need to accept my edit or the editor's edit. So because we couldn't find common language with the editor, but I can get on well with most editors because I think that I still learn and I need to listen to those who are more experienced than myself. Plus, the majority of editors, even if they didn't know French, it was obvious that at least they tried to translate the sentence using Google Translate or to consult dictionaries. So I really like this approach. This is not only editors who change minor words. I would like to add to what Anna has said. This is what differentiates the editors and the proofreader. The editor must work with the original text. We have been working as editors as well, and when we were doing the editing task, we also understood that we need to know the source language, because all people make mistakes. In one of the comic books, one of the characters had 15 scientific degrees, and that was nothing but a number. But I translated it not as 15, but as 13. And Anatoly noticed this because he was my first reader. But if Anatoly didn't notice that, the editor would notice that if the editor knew the source language, because these words are similar in French. Of course, when we watch different films, we have a lot of questions. For example, we hear different numbers. In the original, we hear 6, and for example, 623, and in the translation, there is something like 762. So there was definitely a mistake. Something happened with the numbers, but we are all human beings, and such things happened. There was one case when the editor didn't know French, but he used Google Translate, and the translation was wrong. So we were pissed off because the translator used Google Translate, and I was really offended. I was really hurt. And I thought, so you consulted Google Translate, and you thought that I was wrong. And sometimes people say you were wrong because Google Translate does it in a different way. Yes, of course, it's not the right way to use Google Translate as a reference point. But of course, if the editor wants to get to the truth, that's good. When we were editing a book, for example, we had a text in the middle of which the source text was in Spanish or Swedish, I don't really remember. Of course, we don't know these languages. That is why we tried to translate it using Google Translate, just to understand what was going on. translator and editor have the right to add notes to the text. So, what's your approach to add notes? Do you try to explain the text to the slightest detail, or do you think that these notes they slow down reading of the text, and readers most probably won't take notice of all these notes? So, what do you think of these notes? What's your approach, and how often do you add them? Hanna? Okay, I can say that because I haven't translated a single novel. I only translated non-fiction novels, non-fiction books. But of course, but personally, I like reading notes, and of course, I mostly translate children books. So that is why we cannot add notes to that. So probably Katarina and Anatoly will tell more that. Well, notes are possible in comic books if it is quite a large book. And if you manage to persuade the publisher that you need that, but if if you can get rid of the notes, then probably you shall do that. Everything depends on the situation. For example, Alan Moore has been translated into Ukrainian. Guards was translated by Yaroslava Striha, and another book, V from Vedetta, was translated by us. Yaroslav Nazarenko was doing the editing, and we tried to add notes by him. We just extracted information from a fresh book about Alan Moore, which hadn't been published yet when Mr. Nazarenko was working with these notes. But his notes are quite long. They are published at the end of the comic book. But I would like to say that it doesn't happen often. Alan Moore is rather an exception. And Neil Gaiman, I think the similar situation is with Neil Gaiman. Notes by Mr. Nazarenko are divided into several parts. You can read some of the notes while you read the books. Some of them are in the end of the book after you read the graphic novel, so you feel comfortable and that there are no spoilers. So as far as I understood, we really love notes, and we try to explain, but we don't try to explain everything because it's not necessary. There were cases when translators and the publisher did add a lot of notes, which were quite obvious. When we see notes such as hip hop is a popular musical genre, it's quite strange, isn't it? Or, for example, if a note explains that a character uses this particular quote because it was used in a movie which adds something about this character, of course that's useful, because we have colleagues who are absolutely against notes. They provide a lot of arguments, starting from that it's not necessary because it slows down the reader, and we often hear complaints from readers that there are too many notes and it prevents me from going deep into the text. So, well, don't read the note if it slows down your reading process. When you are reading a book, when you're reading a translation, there are some aspects which you notice, and you really want to tell more about them because you think that they're important, and they might add the reader to understand this novel better. Because the question is, of course, maybe the writer didn't want to add these notes because they wanted the reader to understand everything by themselves. But it sometimes happens that the reader doesn't even know where to look for the explanations. But for example, in a children animated movie, for example, The Simpsons, there is a visual allusion to the Midnight Cowboy film. It's quite difficult to understand this reference if you are not interested in cinema industry at all, but it adds a lot to the understanding of this film, of this animated film. That is why, in my opinion, it is a very important aspect of our work. And we try to translate jokes. We try to translate everything which can be translated. Of course, it's very important, but we do need notes. For example, for American readers, so this is just common background, but Ukrainian readers sometimes don't know that. But it's not a problem. We all grow up in different cultures.
Maybe the author would like to add his own old jokes. And there is a TV show on Division, and our audience had these, I don't know, harsh arguments that the scenes are very developed, and they can see the heroes in the others TV show. So it is well known that the audience was not grown up in particular circumstances, and these allusions do not have any sense, and these audience simply don't know that this is simply allusion, and it is so strange for them to see the heroes in these strange suits. And to end our conversations, I have the questions I would like to ask you on the topic the movie translators, because it is a shady thing for translation, where the translation simply takes a book and a reader simply notice who has translated this book by the end work or in coincidence. So what's the trend for that? Is it going to be changed? And what translators can do to get rid of this shadow, and to point to the reader that this particular person has translated this book. In my opinion, this work should be in the field of this work. In order to get rid of the shadow, you need to become an actor, so to say, and in order to improve our job conditions, it is worth to do it. To do that, you need to develop your field skills to voice these problems, and to communicate with the publisher, to mention the names, because it doesn't take a lot of money, but it is so important for the translators. And in fact, you need to communicate about your work to everyone. For example, you do like social media, you need to write to make posts about that, and this way you are going to recommend the books to your friend. And in fact, the ordinary audience who are not dealing with the literary translations, they are learning that this text has been translated, and they know by whom. And also all my friends noticed who has translated this or that book, and I am not needed to point to that to them. And we also noticed that publishers started to put the name of translated on the cover of book, but it is rather an exception than a rule. And the person who worked on this book, it should be a matter of this person to point out that sometimes people don't like particular words, and maybe it was edited by a proofreader, and only after this person points out to the translators. We had 5 times when we were asked to delete these books, and then we opened the second sections, and we still noticed the same word naturally. And you need to to promote your professionalism, expertise, and you need to pull the efforts of many translators. And it is easy to work when you're not alone against all the whole publishing, but once you are the team of translators, it's much more easy. And any visibility, it is worth doing, because it is our work. we all want to receive good reviews, feedbacks about our works. People are writing reviews, and they may notice, maybe very shortly, briefly, the person who did these translations, and we notice the reviews. And when we do reviews, we always notice the translators, because you read his words and his jobs, and it is a good thing to, or not a good thing, not to mention on the website. And sometimes a person can think, who was a translator of that, and maybe it doesn't matter for that person. Someone can choose this way of development, and maybe people are choosing the books by the number of pages the book includes, and maybe if a book actually has about half a kilogram, they are not going to buy it. Maybe our audience has a question, and yes, we do have one. So thank you so much, Bogdana Anatoly. I'm so excited to see you. It's always a kind of pleasure for my heart. And you, Bogdana, you did a nice job as a moderator, but I need to hear your stories, because it is also a brilliant example and it is worth everyone to hear it. So what's your way to the literature and translation, and so what is going on there actually? Thank you so much. And I started to translate when I almost graduated for the publishing, and it was a happy coincidence when my teacher had recommended me to the publisher, which was looking for translators. And then I was studying in German, and when I received a letter, I was working in a library, and there should be no noise there. And when I received this invitation, I was trying to be as silent as I could, because it was in a library. And I also started with the very low rates, because I really wanted to have a published book, and it was priority for me. And I did know that it was a damping thing, but anyway, it was a kind of speed up for me to shift to other rates. And now I'm translating for a publishing of kids' books, and I'm so happy that I can be involved to the world of translations. And I'm so happy to be here at the UTIC 2021 for the first time. And I also invite you to come to our event when we are communicating and work which is others, and we are able there to listen to other stories, because it's highly important. So thank you so much for this question. It was so interesting to listen to my short story, because my story here was that my contract was breached 3 times, and I added that story to my career path. So, hello everyone. I'm so happy that you all have managed to gather here, and I have the following question. Among interpreters, there is a tradition that a translator has been specializing on a topic, on a certain field. Is it really a necessary thing to do? So I'll be brief. I tried to find my niche, but in fact this niche found me, and now I'm working only with the kids' books and comics, but it was not my first goal. But once I was proposed to do that, I decided to be engaged in. And anyway, I think that you need to have a niche, a field of your expertise. You need to love this field. For example, you may love kids' books, and you need to be so involved in that, to have passion, to have so much comfort about that, and then you will have the best possible results. We do agree with Ghana, and it turns out that we have a niche, and we're working with science fiction, and other fields are a bit difficult for us, and we love comics and a bit of kids literature. So specialization on niche comes to you anyway, and then actually it turns out that people are proposing you particularly that type of books or genres, and if, for example, we were asked to translate an English version of Marx, we think we wouldn't agree to that type of joke, because we are working on that. We are working, and we're not going to work on those fields where we are not really aware in, and it will take us much more time, and so sometimes when you're dealing with the postmodernist literature, you're always hesitating, is it that term or this, and these are nuances which are very important, and your field specialization comes to you anyway. So I need to once again to mention regarding should I read the book first or not, and here I would say that you need to be interested and really like and engaged in that, because if you was reading a book and it was so boring for you, then it will be a real torture for you to translate it. I would like to add that recently I have been working with the kids literature, and once the offer is over, the publisher has sent me other topics, and I was able to choose, and among all this list, the only book was about literature. All the rest was about time management and so on. And I have chosen this particular book, and this particular a brand new thing for me, 350 pages, and I'm still getting acquainted to that, and I'm still looking to my field, because first I thought that my field is the kids literature, but once I have a chance to try something else, I actually capture this opportunity, and maybe then I will return to the literature. And you need to understand what you like or not. You shouldn't actually jump to nowhere, or in fact you should, because you don't really know what the income or outcome will be. So let's thank all our participants of these discussions. We are so delayed, so let's give our participants a round of other applause. It was so interesting to listen to this discussion. It is a really nice chance that we have a participant who is here with us online, so you have a chance to ask her questions, and we need to continue our nice discussion. We have a break, but at 1700 we are
Okay, hello once again. Thank you so much for coming here to our discussion. We're still waiting for people to join us, but we will slowly start, not to keep everyone waiting on this hot evening. So I am your Joseph Kovalov, and I have with me Ekaterina Filatova. We will be speaking very slowly so everyone has the opportunity to come back from the fresh break. So let me start from telling you that Joseph and I are here because we are interested in transcreation and adaptation of advertising materials. We've been in this field for many years. We have hands-on experience, so we make money doing that. But we also like talking about this at different conferences, especially at UTIC. As practice shows, our conversations at UTIC camp, have some practical implications. For example, 2 years ago in 2019, we had a discussion with SDL representative whether it is possible to implement something for transcreation in traders. Several months ago, Paul Filkin presented plugin for transcreation, which is now on sale. We don't know, unfortunately, how successful it is, but it definitely is there. And Paul Filkin told that everything had been created here at UT Camp, and he even used a photo of us. This is what inspires us. That is why we would like our interactive discussion to have practical implications. So, not probably it will probably not lead to creation of a plugin, but maybe it will have some other implications. My name is Katya Filatova. I've been into the field of transcreation and translation for many years. This is the field that chose me myself. As for other types of translation, I'm not really into them. I've been at marketing, translation, and transcreation for many years, together with Katerina. We were speakers at several conferences in 2013 and 2014. We were discussing creative translation when the word transcreation wasn't popular back then. So transcreation was going back then. Now I work as a full-time professional at a company, but of course I have a lot of experience. Therefore, today we are discussing transcreation today. So how the topic of this discussion, well, it's not a presentation, it's a discussion or a meeting. Last year, we met at UTCamp because UTCamp is the father or the mother of all ideas, the grandfather. So UTIC is the father and the conference is the mother. It gives birth to many trends and ideas. So last year, because of the limitations due to the pandemic, a lot of people couldn't make it to the conference. That is why we met in Zoom. Katya and I, we were moderating a discussion in one of those interactive Zoom rooms, and we were discussing transcreation in general. We had with us Pavel Dunayev, maybe some of you know him. He's a patriarch of UTIC. Pavel suggested that in some cases, ads or marketing materials, marketing text can be translated from unknown languages using inline translation. Back then, in that discussion, we had a translator of poetry who said, well, yes, of course, we use this inline translation for translating poetry from unknown languages. This idea seemed interesting to us, and that is why we decided to tell you more about it. But, okay, so now you can see our presentation. Maybe you know this literary translation Vladimir Babkov. He's a big name in literature translation. He translated some of the Harry Potter books together with Goloshev, so we're talking about a lot of patriarchs today. So recently on his Facebook, Vladimir said he was talking about translating books through third language. I see two reasons uh, which might lead to translation of translation altogether. There are no good translators from the source language to our native language. So this situation is quite possible. But there is a translator from from this language to a third language. And that is why it is often that we translate through English. Such practice exists in literature translation, in poetry translation. We know that Pasternak, Akhmatova, Tarkovsky, they translated Eastern poets into Russian using other language, using inline translation. So are we worse than them? So are there any translators who translate exclusively poetry? So we are not surprised. That is why let's talk about not about the poetry translation, but about translation of marketing or advertising texts. When Joseph told about this idea of Pavel Dunayev, this idea seemed interesting, but the reaction was quite different. There were many questions. Why shall we discuss that? Is it possible at all? So it seems to me that you also have a lot of emotions when hearing this idea, but we decided uh, to try this idea at HITIC, and the reaction was also quite different. For example, we had a presentation by Mike Horbunov at the localization track back on Wednesday. He was talking about using MT in his company that uses a translation for localization. He said that they are using MT in everyday life, but they don't use it for marketing translations or texts where there are a lot of cultural references or references to pop culture and so on and so forth. And they don't use it for new projects. They only use it for old projects where there are a lot of glossaries, for example. There were also guys who localize a simple app, and for example, Sasha told me, you are about to talk about something which is quite unusual. This is a nonsense. But we told about this idea to Konstantin Dranch. He was angry. Well, he was skeptical, I would say. He said that this is very difficult, but we would like to try and test it in real life and to see whether it is possible to discuss at all. We are human beings, though we are speakers. You cannot tell that, but we are alive. We are live human beings. And when we were thinking about this discussion, we had some ideas, we had expectations, and we almost had conclusions. But of course, we won't run ahead of our time. We would like to talk to the audience, and we would like to make these conclusions together. Well, I hope that you won't run away when we said that we would like to talk to you to have this discussion interactive. But we really need you for this discussion. That is why we are really happy that there are a lot of people here, despite that it is evening and everyone is tired. Okay, so let's proceed to our presentation. When we are talking about creative translation and transcreation, we're not talking only about translation of creative slogans, short slogans, for example, that Nike or other companies have. We're talking about a wider range of texts that don't only convey information. So these are not legal medical translations. These are marketing texts or ads whose aim is not to convey information, but they have another goal. That is why the translated text also has to reach that same goal. So we are talking about creative translation in general.
So what's your opinion? We all know that technical text, medicine translation, use the machine translation. So what's your opinion comparing with the technical text? Is the machine translation better or worse? Do you have any assumptions regarding that? It is doing worse. And of course, you're going to say it depends, and there are other things, but the first reaction was that it is worse. But we are not going to talk that we are going to translate everything with the machine translation from the source original language to our language. We are talking about the chance to talk from the sideline, interlinear translation. And I would also I would like to say that this type of translation is not tested by us, and we have never tested it yet. And once we reach an interesting conclusions, we will tell them. So it is kind of half scientific instance. And as I have said in the morning, the volume of contacts is been rising, they're not diminishing. So writing text used to be translated from English because English is the most widespread language, and other companies engaged in writing exactly in English. This companies, for example, were in French and Philippines with a good other entertaining things. But now we have many languages in many countries, and people want us to translate it faster and beautifully, and the company simply does not have time for that. They simply wanted to have this pace, and we do understand that a company can approach a translator with the following. You are doing your job so well, and do you want maybe to try yourself from this to that language, and we are going to help you with that. So are there people, except for Katya, who are engaged in the marketing or transcreation? Yes, we have so-called plenty of people, but in fact we are so happy that we have more than one person. So we are already a team. So the translation. Interlinear translation, let's talk about that. And I'm even afraid to suppose something. And here we're talking about from a very rare language, from not widespread language. And here we need interlinear translations, and we are going to take it from our dear machine translations. And we do understand that there are different engines, and we have plenty of choice, and we're not going to compare them all, and we don't have these conditions. So we have decided to take different texts, and we have tried to translate them with Google Translate. Why? Because Google Translate it is so well known for everyone, and it is for free. It is very accessible, and it has the biggest number of language pairs, and very accessible. So we have used Google Translate, and I forgot to ask you, can we actually turn on our video, and are we going to hear our video? So let's kick off then. So it is our first text. Is everyone familiar with this text? If someone knows, please. be quiet. So, first, someone who knows this language, please keep silence and give any hints. It is a Holland language and it is a marketing text from the very well-known website of the fragrance, and it is very full of different texts. We are not going to read it out because it is going to be too funny that we have supposed, but please believe us, it is so beautiful. Let's try to understand what the interlinear translation gives us. Here we have our text a bit cut, but anyway, all the first letters there are T's, and the second they are H, and then we have different letters, so please read attentively. So we can see this English text, so we have taken it at the very beginning, but you can grasp the idea. And
ingenuity from those who know that it does not depend on the number of years, but on the ability to keep their child's soul as a precious possession.
So the question is the following: can we only looking at the word for word translation to create this text and not simply to transfer the idea to, let's say, our Chinese friend, but because the idea is clear, maybe the idea is so expensive and luxury, but are we able to read this text beautifully with a nice image, pictures, and worth being placed on the website of a very expensive brand? Ira, she's very optimistic. She thinks that we will succeed. So let's try to connect in very beautiful thought, Ira. It is now your turn. In fact, we need to say here that we're not going to give you any samples, and we are in real time looking at those texts and try to understand does it work or not. So what are your ideas? You can not actually suggest any translations. Maybe you need time to think thoroughly. So okay, the idea is clear, but what's the sense? I can't hear. And Ira has her very systematic analytic thinking. He immediately noticed that the last sentence was translated very qualitatively by the Google Translate, because we understand that everything here is dedicated not in the idea, in the number of years, but in idea to keep the child's soul. And we need to say here that we need to give a mic to our audience. So, someone who wants to talk further, I'm going to approach you with the mic. I do hope that our auditory have heard that Irina has suggested that the last sentence should be placed first, and the middle of these compositions should be replaced. So I need to state it out immediately. I'm not translating from the Holland language, but I'm so interested in it. These first sentences, very concise, were translated qualitatively by the machine, and And in English, it is better to add the word expression due to. And I can imagine that I have no idea what's in the origin. I can only look at the word-for-word translations, and even without clear understanding of the source language, we can grasp that people have done this work in order to impress us, and we do understand that it doesn't work with the machine translations. But here we can give us a food for thought that there is a need for this balance, and it is quite a difficult, a complex example. And now we can get the answer to our question, get the word-for-word translations, and the answer is no. And maybe the answer will be it depends. But here I do agree with Irina, because here we can take the basis for this idea, and then we can get it complicated. And we can actually compose something more or less similar, but we're going to be on a very edge of the hill, and we needed to actually the idea to touch the souls, and here we can really fail and, in doing things. So here we need quite a mixed feelings. You immediately understand that a musician is talking now. And simultaneously, I would like to say that even from our native language, we can translate it poorly without a context. But if we do know what the website tells about, or the main banner, and what the advertising is being about, then we can grasp the idea and to transfer it. Thank you so much. And now we can actually notice how many experts we can hear with us. And yes, indeed, there is a need for any guidelines, manuals, and visual materials. They should be provided, and in order to get the whole idea. But there is a threat, even having all that, we can actually target the very different images. And in my opinion, if everyone agrees, this example is not 100% clear. It is average. It is 100% no and 100% yes. And I also would like to add that as a person who not speak Holland, we can keep here this image and to transfer it, to convey it, because here we can see that there is a thought of this young spirit, and here we can leave these short sentences. We can live in this particular place because they are grasp the attention of a buyer, and that following question can also be here, and we shouldn't actually replace it, because once we did the opposite, then we failed to maintain this advertising spirit. So, what's your name? Katerina. I think that you definitely need to work with the marketing translation, because you did quite an up-to-date comments, and we have other thoughts from our audience, and I'm running to you with the mic. I would say it is rather no. If a translator offers to do it that way, I would refuse to accept this translation, because here I need to know how to convey, and there is no need to transfer 3 or 4 words. I need to convey the image of this text and to evoke the exact same feeling created in the initial text. And when I'm engaged in transcreation, everything there is translated the other way around. And to be exact, I need to understand the text in a full-fledged manner.
Okay, and the most important question related to all these. Do you have a brief added to this text as to any marketing text? Konstantin, thank you. Thank you for the question, for the comment rather. Katerina, Konstantin is not taking this translation, so you can take it. Václav. Well, you were right. Your question about the brief was right. All of us know, and Katya actually said it at the beginning. We didn't want to make our session overcomplicated. We didn't want to add briefs to every text because it would take too much time, and we will have a dinner tonight. Of course, context is very important. Reference materials are very important. Task is very important. We know cases when marketing text from English into Russian or Ukrainian also we also receive them without any design brief, without any translation brief. But of course, the reaction of the audience shows that the opinion is divided. For example, that we lack materials for discussion. Who knows this language? I mean, who speaks this language? Who translates from this language? Nobody. Okay, now let's see what the MT suggests. Do you see that? He knew too much. Okay, I will read it out. Tornado, smart plus mirror panel and matte black body. It's brilliant, as if matte. I mean, the idea is brilliant. The air conditioner is made black. In short, the understanding. Okay, there's a catch here. I would like to say, I would like to help you. There's a catch in this text. One catch. Okay, a client has sent us a video, and if we manage to watch it, probably it will help us. How can I share the video? Okay, please click this link, because somehow it doesn't work. Sorry for that. We are creative, we are spontaneous. Okay, bear with us for a second. Okay, you no longer see the text, but try to remember that.
זאת אומרת, הרעיון מבריק, המזגן שחור מת. בקיצור, הבנתם. חדש ובלי.
So, did it make it any easier? Okay, so mat is not a swear word. It's black, or it's not dead. Okay, black matte color. The conditioner is black. And then she says, matte body, it's brilliant, and then she stumbles. Okay, the air conditioner is matte black. So this is the pun that the advertising is built upon. She said that the conditioner has a mirror panel and matte black body, but in Hebrew, the word maverick, which means brilliant, and excellent, they are the same. That is why we have this play on words. In English, as we see, it's impossible to translate in a proper way. This translation doesn't take into account this difference. But you got the idea, right? You have watched the video. Technically, you can even add subtitles in Russian or in Ukrainian. How would you translate that play on words? Okay, we need to have feminine genre here. The idea is brilliant. It is brilliant. It means that the idea is brilliant or glossy, but the conditioner is matte. Okay, thank you so much for this idea, and we see that the audience is excellent. Okay, let's say that everyone is an excellent marketing translator. Okay, the truth is that you managed to understand this idea, this contrast between brilliant and glossy. It means that even in such cases, it is possible to understand this if you have common sense. But in addition to this play on words or play on meanings, there is this sentence short the understanding. Okay, even here you understood the idea. So here in this case, the MT had to be mistaken, but we understand that you actually understand what it turned out. I would like to ask Konstantin, would you take this translation? Well, I'm an audio-visual translation, so I will think of something of how to overcome this issue. Okay, if Konstantin is ready to translate that, of course, we can see that the MT helped us, but let's proceed. So what's the language? This is Polish, definitely. Here almost everyone who speaks Ukrainian will understand that, and those who speak Polish, please keep silence. We have people among us who know Polish, but we will play pretend that we do not Polish, that we don't understand Polish, and we will provide you with a word-for-word translation. But first we will provide you with the context. So this is an announcement listing about selling a car. For example, a person wanted to get creative when selling a car, and for example, he or she wrote a selling text, and this is selling text in its best way. So this guy wants to say an old car, but he went creative and wrote a very long and funny text. Of course, we cannot show you all the text because we are short in time. That is why we selected several sentences. So there were several neutral sentences before that. Why do you need my, say, Cento Fiat, this old Fiat, this old car? And then there are possible arguments why a person might need this old car. So please read the original and the word-for-word translation. You can get on a snowstorm on a rainy night when you can't stand the old cottage. Okay, weather doesn't matter when you have this old car. Do you have any idea so what that can mean? Of course, we can completely change this, and we can say that this car has good in Tiro, for example, but we would like to use to translate it as close to the source text as possible. So what is the cottage? What is this snowstorm? Okay, but we must say that this text, the original text, is not easy one. But we see that you are quite smart. I think that they were not really talking about cottage. I just try to understand what the original word was. Can you show it once again? Okay, you want to understand Polish, but imagine that the original text was Chinese or Vietnamese. You wouldn't be able to read that at all. So imagine that he understand nothing. Well, with Chinese, at least I could have a chance. Okay, Sanskrit, any language that you don't understand. Okay, let's give the MT a chance. Don't look at the original text. Old car, so you're talking about an old car. Well, I don't know Polish at all, and it seems to me that here this person is selling an old car. And he wants to tell us that he says goodbye to such an old friend, a good friend, and he tries to describe in a joking manner the pros of this car to be able to sell it. When we don't really understand what he wants to say, he can write that you won't get lost with this car on a stormy night. We remember that at first he told that this is an old Fiat, an old car, so we can create our own text, that old friend is better, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we won't reveal you the answer. Okay, but let's take a look at the first language. Well, you chose quite a challenging text, I must say. I understand that this MT couldn't translate the old cottage, but I have no idea what is snowstorm. You can smoke a cigarette on a stormy night, on a rainy night, where you can no longer where you cannot longer stay at home with your old husband or your old wife. But why an old husband turned into an old house? Roman was our expert who helped us choose text, so that is why he knows the right answer. But that's true. It was difficult to understand that snowstorm is a cigarette and cottage is an old husband, right? Okay, but we didn't cheat. We seriously, we used Google Translate. We copy-pasted it into Google Translate. We chose the right phrase. Well, we still have the basic information, and the basic information is properly translated. Okay, so what about the engine? We see that 1.1, this is probably the volume of the engine. But then we can see so Giletta. What the hell is that? There is an exclamation mark. So this is obviously a very emotional phrase. And then he explains why this Giletta is so important, because just looking at your cars. Any ideas? Okay, just a second. That the engine is still working. So it is old, but it actually works, still works. The scars is what makes the car even better. Or probably welders worked with this car. I don't know. So again, we start guessing. We don't understand what this guy wanted to say. Okay, let's reveal the answer. I'm afraid we will have to ask our audience, Roman, who is our expert. Well, Giletta is a reality, a local reality, and a good translator even has to Google it. And Giletta, this is At the Warsaw Stadium, football stadium, there is a tribune where fans of Warsaw Legia Warszawa, so they are the engine or the driving force behind this soccer team. As for the second phrase, it's quite obvious. I don't know why it was broken in the translation. When you look at it, you get scars.
So once you have looked at the sentence, you can grasp the idea. Maybe when you are looking at this engine, it has no actually sense with the engine. So it was a very complicated plane of words. So there is this stadium, these other things, but I do feel that these cars reflects a car. I know Polish. Żelada, it is. It's from the advertising of shaver, of razor. So this is only from the advertising by Gillette brand. So when we were selecting this phrase, the first thing we did, we Googled it, and the first thing was about the this tribune thing. And gelada is quite an artificial word. And here all our opinions has been divided, and here we are dealing not with the plane of words, but with the cultural realities. And of course, each and every car should be broken, and of course there is a need for both for Google and for the translators. And let's leave Gilletta and then let's look at the manual. Just a second. I think that what is saying that this is an idea of this razor sliding and or other metaphor that it is as fast as possible. So, Irina, if the sentence was exactly as you are saying, then this guy definitely would sell his cards. Maybe, but let's actually turn on our imagine and our basic understanding and try to create or get any ideas. Then let's create the text for manual. The second sentence. Here we are dealing with an old man, and here Google has failed to translate, and the Google was kind of very spontaneous, if we can say that. And any assumptions? So let me voice them. And here we are dealing with the manual gearbox. And maybe is it a manual, maybe a manual which was lost, and maybe there's the idea that you're not going to go far away without this manual. Maybe an author is suggesting that you need to deal with your problems without manual. Maybe you're dealing with the handbrake, and of course maybe you are pretty close. So let's then do not keep an intrigue no more. So the sense of this sentence is not really clear for me, but anyway we can convey the idea that something wrong has happened with the handbrake, and we all do it all the time. It was so interesting to look at the Russian translation. kind of you cannot take the manual, and you cannot get far from that. And the most important thing, and here we're talking about the last sentence, which is pretty simple and can be translated into Russian, and the very last sentence, the car may not be a typical cane magnet. So here the sentence is not ended, we simply cut it for you. There is a need for an explanation that the car is not a typical one, and someone who is interested in sport cars, this person will definitely understand the idea. And cane magnet, it's actually a cane for old people, but magnet is a magnet here indeed. So what's the magnet, and what's the walking stick? And we do have ideas. Maybe this car does not grasp women's attention. How did you get to those ideas? Because magnet, it is all about the paying attention, the grasping attention. And I know a bit Polish. Olga, we are going to involve you in the market translation. Yes, indeed, you are right. And here we are dealing with the magnet for pretty young girls. We have a question. Usually, when something is being done through the word for word translations, you need to select the most possible translations, and maybe to use the Ukrainian word for word translation, or maybe German one, because maybe it would make sense to translate it into English or into German. Of course, we could translate it into Ukrainian to make the task easy for you, and you're absolutely right. Here we have one more issue. Here we have the very exact remark, because while you're choosing a word-for-word translation, of course it is better to select the right languages for these translations. And it used to be a very different translations with these machine translations, and we are so surprised to see that the results do not really make a world of difference, and plus we are not able to select really rare languages. So Hebrew is not a very rare language for you. Yes, Yossi, thanks to you. So we are using this particular language exactly for these training purposes, but it is really important to look at how these technologies make the difference. So I have selected the Irina's hypothesis because automobile cannot be a real can, and so here's a joke, and there is no any, I don't know, worlds of difference, and we are so surprised while we are taking every step translating through the machine. And we are today in the experiment, which is so exciting to do. So we still have several elements. So we can have other problems with the Russian, because Google can actually fail to understand that the languages are different. Partially you're right, but I have an idea that maybe artificially there are people who can actually differ this language. Practically, I have the same comment. I am translating from Polish, so and I can see that there are traces from the English, and so this is a question not how the language is close, but the level of artificial intelligence of the machine translation. So what's our conclusions? Should the machine translation be with us or not to maintain or to have the work? We need to find the advertising from French languages. So let's then go further. And so very short text is our next example. No, you can see everything pretty clear there. The first letter is S and K, and it is also the mentioned before language. And let's look at the word-for-word translation. Oh, can you please dwell upon what we are seeing now? Let me give you a small information or picture. Was it helpful? Here you can see the picture, different range of glossaries, and this is an advertisement of a shop, a big shop, and this shop is really big, and it continues to do something illegal and out of the law for many countries. And here we can see a criminal spec. I do understand that this is about a big network. It was a very good attempt, but you were wrong. Maybe everything is so simple, and here we have the lowest prices, and this supermarket is trying to follow all the prices. Maybe we are dealing here with the caring for children. Maybe this is the biggest network, but they are trying to pay attention to the details, and of course they do have devil. I am out of the version. I have a remark. The second part is clearly wrongly translated. We're trying to decode it. And maybe the first part is also wrong. How can we be 100% sure? Here, if it is a really big supermarket and someone wants to translate in a very fast manner, then the idea is convened, and I'm afraid there is a hint with these S and key letters. So, hello everyone. Maybe buying in wholesale option, it is much more better option. So the bigger purchasing is, the bigger money saving you have. What's your name? Anastasia. Dmitry and Anastasia. They were almost right to the idea. So the idea here that the Latin is it is the thing about these small money pennies. So they are trying to save our money, but and it is of a high importance for the Holland culture, as Nigel Sage has pointed out to that, and we are so grateful to him for his support on that. And so here we are dealing with this coin, and here we are trying to resolve this jigsaw. Here, we can say that this is not the best possible result for the word for word translation, but as we are using here the Latin letters, I would Google Latin and maybe I would use multitron.com, which would give me a hint, and I would then clarify my received information. And anyway, it is not an easy thing to translate. What do we have next? Do you remember?
Okay, and here we have something in Russian. This is bonus for you. This is not part of scientific experiment. This is just an ad break so you can have fun and relax. This is a mini quiz for you. This is Google translation of a phrase in original that the document has to contain number or the number for every shot. So try to guess what the original sounded like. Well, if the image is not an illustration to the text, I would say that probably this was a tender documentation. Documentation for call for proposals. Well, but not an auction, right? Well, that's just an option. Just a translation. Maybe it was a shot, it was something like a shot, a photography shot. Great idea, I didn't even think about that. I think the number of lot for every party, and we have a new winner. And it's not surprising, but not for each vaccine, but for every dose, every shot. This is exactly text, pharmaceutical text for each shot. This is a dose of a vaccine. So here machine translation made us laugh a little bit, so this example was just to make you laugh, but even this example contained something strange, and we managed to understand that. Okay, let's continue. We had fun, and now? The task is a little bit different here. You don't have to guess the original text, but you need to try to remember to read this reference for reference to something that you might know, might recognize. This is an English word-for-word translation made by Google Translate, and the original was in Russian. Any ideas? The first word is ready. Okay. Do you know? Anya Ivanchenko, just a second. So that's just a wild guess. Tell me. It seems to me that this is about vacuum cleaner. Okay, a vacuum cleaner that can serve you for a long time. Any guesses? But okay, that was a guess, but you don't recognize the original text that you might know. Okay, another version. It seems to me that this is about this is about milk tubes or milking tubes. It seems to me that this is something related to feeding children and something with artificial feeding. This is an interesting guess. And yes, this reference to breastfeeding has something to do with the original. That's true. But we are guessing what this text is about. But we cannot guess the reference. This is a famous ad. We haven't created it ourselves. Okay, let us reveal the secret. This is a famous ad of a Soviet company which was created by Vladimir Mayakovsky and Alexander Rodchenko, and this is a classic example of a poster, of an ad poster, and it seems to me that many of you have seen it. I haven't seen it. Now you know, now you know. Okay, we had fun, and I think we can proceed to conclusions, to some serious thoughts. We are serious people. We took a look at several examples. I cannot say that all of them cover all the spectrum of our work, but we had several interesting examples that are not easy for machine translation, but they were not difficult for you. They didn't break you. So can we make any conclusions about the use of machine translation in transcreation, in creative translation, in marketing, advertising, and so on and so forth? So do you have any conclusions to make? Irina wants to say something. Well, word-for-word translation can be used for getting new ideas, definitely, and for primary evaluation of the text. Because in the first case, if you have a visual imagery, if you have a brief, and if you have word-for-word translation, you can do something with that. Because it often happens that even if you know the original text, the original language, the translated sentence or phrase are completely different. I do agree with you. I do agree that this use of machine translation would be really useful. We can use it just to get new ideas, to generate new ideas, based on which we can think of something which would be good to use. Victor? Taking a look at those examples, using the language of math, the volume of text is different to the use of, or to the to whether the translation would be simple. It is negatively, inversely related. Well, there are many examples that machine translation doesn't really work. Do you have any ideas what can break the machine translation? For example, we did see these cultural realities, this reference, play on words, where machine failed. What can be other problems, other challenges with machine translation, which could give us the chance to continue working as translators? Okay, Anya knows. Anya Ivanchenko. Well, in subtitles and film translations, if you need to describe, if you need to show that the person makes mistakes or talks with a strange accent or misses words or characters, this is what happens in ads or marketing text. This is where Google Translate can go wrong, can fail. Of course, in addition to cultural references, there are some particularities of lexicon or some mistakes where machine translation really can fail. We have another idea. I think that these examples proved that Google Translate will fail in all cases because all of us here we managed to understand the source language, but of course we won't get together in dozens to do that because it won't be economically feasible. And we have so many people here, and quite smart people, I would say. I must note that we chose translation into Ukrainian or Russian, I mean with English used as an intermediary language. and from languages that we more or less understand. But can you imagine that we are translated from Urdu, that we need to translate from Urdu into Korean? And here where we have a problem, it is quite difficult to find a translator. I think that would be almost impossible, although I don't know, maybe in this language pair it would be easy, but imagine an exotic language pair. Or for example, they would like to send this thing to this country. So you're right that for more popular languages it is easier to find a translator. Who knows both languages? I really like this idea that we managed to fight the machine translation together. It's good when we see that there is a mistake or something stupid, but there are situations when the phrase is quite logical, and we can think we think that it is right if we don't have reference materials or brief. For example, that snowstorm. I don't really know where did it come from, because in the in another sentence, this same phrase was translated in a different way. Well, it's like an iceberg that our Titanic can break against, because we cannot forecast this. Of course, we will add that to the challenges of machine translation. Are there any things that can cause the machine translation to fail? It it can happen that the translation seems right, but there was a play on words in the translation, for example, the little ones, which we didn't really need. I do agree with you. We didn't need it, and so the client didn't need it. Any other ideas? What are other potential ways for the machine to fail? Irina has another idea, but we will give her the microphone. I wouldn't use machine translation because it is obvious that I can easily make a mistake. But I think that this use of word-for-word translation threats us to leave us without job, because marketologists who know well the topic, who know everything about the snowstorm, about cottage, they won't ask a translator to do the job. They will create the original slogan in the target language themselves. Well, it has sense. Yelena, you're always providing smart ideas. That's why fortunately, they don't do that. They can do that, but they don't do that. We don't really know who does what, because this is survival bias. We only see what comes through us, and we don't see what doesn't come. Maybe this is just the tip of an iceberg. Irina also had a comment. Just a sec. If we are working with a word-for-word translation, some cultural layers, which were there in the original text, they might be lost because we don't know the original language. For example, French, they have these muddlings in Marcel Proust's novels, and there is a huge layer of culture related to that. So we need to find something which would be understood for the target audience. But when we use this word-for-word translation, we want to understand that this is the reference to realities. Yes, realities might be the same, but we also have quotes. We didn't discuss quotes. It might be quotes from a famous song or a famous novel, from a cult film. We won't be able to recognize it in a word-for-word translation. But, well, it might happen that we will guess that. Why don't you trust in us? I would also like to add that machine translation can fail when there are mistakes or errors in the original, because unfortunately some advertising materials they do have typos, they do have punctuation errors, and MT can just fail and to read it as a proper punctuation. In my own experience, I know that very often it can change the sense of the phrase completely. The person who knows the original text, the original language, they can easily spot the typo or the error. Moreover, there might be a factual mistake, factual error. But we as human beings, we can also miss this error. But as for typos, we know that Google always suggests. Did you want to say that instead of that? So Google sometimes knows what we wanted to say. It seems to me that one of the challenges which makes MT different from human beings is sarcasm.
Oh, we managed to get there. So what the machine is going to do that? This is exactly this type of thought Gareth Mead already voiced it to that, because very exact remark. Thank you so much, Olga. We are going to take you and our team. In terms of the Polish text, I fail to understand why I don't like it, because it was written not by a professional, not by an expert market specialist. Of course, there are different sorts of market experts. And another hidden rock here, there is an idea that there is a different idea of nouns, pronouns, and reversion. And of course, all these things should be included in tasks. But anyway, we can fail to understand the tone of voice, which is of a highly importance in advertising, and everyone understands that it does exist. So the tone of voice, the authors are delivering to us the information. So what are our delivering to us the information? So what are our conclusions here? I think that we have some time left, and the auditory would agree with that. So we need to see what would lie ahead, and in all provided text, the machine translations did well and even better if we are working with the technical text, where there is a high value of terms. And here we can simply create another type of text. But anyway, we needed to leave further. So I relax now. No, you shouldn't be. When we were preparing the text, we were so excited to show how the machine translation is failing. And today we have lost our first document, which includes the Polish text version. And then I have decided to translate it from the very beginning, and I had DeepL program opened on my laptop, because first we use Google, and now we have a DeepL translations. Just look at that. So all our optimistic prognoses are no longer relevant. And we're not here about the kitchen here. And the second text, let's have a look at the translation. It is about the manual, a manual for user. And then we first tried DeepL machine translation, and then we tried Google. And today, 3 weeks after the first version, Google actually delivered to us another translations. We actually spend no time teaching it, so we actually tried it again. So what is our prognosis? Now we have this check mark. I do think that in the next 2 weeks we are safe. We are so optimistic. We do have for 2 weeks, so let's celebrate these 2 weeks. And here we would like to adjourn our meeting. You are such a wonderful auditory. Thank you so much. Thank you. So our slides are over, but we are promising to repeat.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies. I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
We can collaborate with anyone from anywhere in real time. Language infrastructure tools. Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Lvov, Украина.
Санкт-Петербург.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine. I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат, располагающий к более тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так, чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shiny with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Город-героя Киев. I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
I'm из Казахстана. I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
Whole place is just incredible, and talking about technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience, and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный.
Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect, and also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly. That's amazing.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Можно говорить, я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи. Я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю вас. Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю всех вас. Я всех приглашаю на UT Camp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UT Camp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UT Camp 2020.
Мы с Илюшей приглашаем вас на UT 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments, As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Our clients choose Intext because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Hey there, I'm Paul Owen from Pros.com. I hope you're enjoying this amazing event, UTCamp 2021. And at Pros.com, we are delighted to be a partner for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about Pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the Pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the home page. In the top menu bar here, you'll see Education and drop down to Education at Pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the CAT Tools starter kit, we have transcreation essentials, and more. as you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this Transcreation Essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the Pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the Remote Interpreter Bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com. Or you can submit a support request via the pros.com website. So that's our pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful. And I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request, copy the content type header, and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to post and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
Hi Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text. Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected. Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
The Pool is a brand new directory for professionals working in the audiovisual localization industry. It's an online platform that language service providers and individuals can use to find professional audiovisual translators specializing in different fields and language pairs. The Pool will promote global networks by providing a directory of audiovisual translation professionals offering a wide range of services. Subtitling origination, closed captions, voiceover, quality control, post-editing, and much more. Contact us to know more.
Hello, Patrick. We have a big project.
Hello, Laura. Great.
Need 20 translators next week. Can you book them?
Give me 2 hours, please.
Okay.
Hi, John. Are you available next week?
No, sorry. Already have a job.
Okay, thanks. Are you available next week?
Yes, but just on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, then I'd book those days.
Not sure, it depends.
Yes, count on me.
Yes, got 20 of them. We can do it. I've booked 20 translators.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to say, but we are canceling the project.
Okay, no problem at all.
Our clients choose Intexts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. Intext's business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies. I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
You can collaborate with anyone from anywhere in real time. Language infrastructure tools.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас
много помощников, много.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Львов, Украина.
Санкт-Петербург. We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world, organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат располагающий к более тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shiny with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.
I'm coming from Italy.
Города-героя Киев. I live in the Netherlands, Holland.
Области Филадельфии.
Приехал из Израиля.
Paris. Мы опять приехали из Санкт-Петербурга.
I'm from Finland.
Мы приехали из Львова.
Из Киева.
I'm из Казахстана. I'm from Cairo, Egypt.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
This is such an unusual conference that it's been added value. There's been so many other things happening as well as just good presentation.
I come here for new ideas, but mostly I come here to get inspired.
Whole place is just incredible, and talking about technology and all these topics in open air with beautiful sceneries and nice people is a premiere for me.
This is a very unique experience and I like that very much.
Формат изумительный. Абсолютно уникальный для переводческой индустрии формат.
I think the format is perfect. And also it's so incredibly well organized that everything just works perfectly. That's amazing.
Мне нравится формат недели, и я понимаю, что когда нахожусь здесь, я тоже работаю. Причем работаю там на годы вперед.
I love the setting, I love the way everything is seamlessly done.
Presence of nature in this place because it creates a very special atmosphere that stimulates creativity and new ways of thinking. It happened to me for the first time in my life that my presentation was interrupted by chicken.
Це ідеальний формат, це те, про що я завжди розповідаю всім, кого зустрічаю на якихось інших конференціях.
Можно говорить, я открыл для себя новый формат проведения конференции.
Я в восторге от этой идеи. Я просто поздравляю того, кому она пришла в голову.
Very nice, gives enough time to have both work and play.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the trees and the nature, the landscape, the river. Couldn't be more better.
Приглашаю вас на
Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю вас.
Приглашаю всех вас. Я всех приглашаю на UTCamp 2020.
Запрошую всіх на
Запрошуємо вас на UTCamp 2020.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. I am inviting you.
I am Sameh Ragab, inviting you to UTCamp 2020.
Ми з Ілюша приглашаємо вас на UTC 2020.
This winter season, we want to make a special gift to our partners and friends. First, a few words about the ideas behind it. Remember those wonderful childhood years, the time of new achievements and great goals? We were pushing ahead, running fast, and growing up. Then, one day, we looked back and discovered abandoned memories and places behind us. Those places that once inspired us are now forgotten and deserted. We believe that the time has come to take care of our past in order to build a better future. A little attention, a bit of time and investment are all that is needed to bring back what really matters. As we all know, the important things in life are not actually things. That's why this year, instead of sending traditional greeting cards, InText is donating money to the renovation of an old children's camp. Although our resources are not limitless, it will be enough to clear up the forest, plant some new trees, drag the river, and develop the beach. We are looking after this amazing camp with its wonderful scenery, while getting much more in return. This place serves as a holiday destination for our employees and their families, as an informal meeting place for our partners and clients, and of course, as a great venue for unparalleled open-air events. Some of you may recall this venue, where in 2016, language professionals from many different countries gathered for the Ukrainian Translation Industry Conference to discuss language industry trends and have fun with their families. With our help, the Meteorite Camp will be even more comfortable and welcoming next time you visit. We say our help, but let's be honest, all of the credit should go to all of you. We are making this donation thanks to your great support and your trust in InText. We wish you a year of happy moments. As for our gift, it will be waiting for you, refurbished and clean, among the trees on the bank of a peaceful river. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Our clients choose InText because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. That is multilingual DTP, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools.
Modern translation and subtitling workflows are multifaceted, consisting of a sequence of related tasks, often formed by different individuals remotely. Una's Toolkit provides instant access to a suite of simple-to-use specialist tools for these tasks, and is completely web-based. As the tools are designed to perform just the task you require, they're not weighted by redundant functionality, and so they're incredibly easy to use. The toolkit requires no setup time, which simply means that you can start the job immediately. Just fire up your browser and get the job done anywhere, achieving the time and cost efficiency required to offer a truly competitive service. All the tools you expect for caption and subtitle creation are in one place. With Una's Toolkit, you'll deliver your captions and subtitles online, on time.
Can you translate 100 pages in a week?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Project will come soon.
I have 150 pages project for translation. Can you do it in 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, please wait for the files.
Please help, I need 50 pages in 2 days.
We can do it for you.
Okay, we will send it soon.
Why do they always come together?
Hey there, I'm Paul Owen from pros.com. I hope you're enjoying this amazing event, UTCamp 2021. And at pros.com, we are delighted to be a partner for this wonderful event. I'd also like to take the opportunity to tell you just a little bit about pros.com training, about all the courses and workshops that we offer freelance translators and interpreters to help you succeed. Let's take a look at the platform. So to access the pros.com training platform, simply come on over to the home page. In the top menu bar here, you'll see education and drop down to education at pros.com. That will take you to the training homepage. Alternatively, you can simply type in, as you can see at the top here, training.pros.com. So once you're on the training homepage, you can simply have a look through the courses. They're divided up into different sections. You can see here in top picks, for example, we have video game localization, we have the Cat Tools starter kit, we have transcreation essentials, and more. As you explore the options, you'll also find that we have e-learning courses such as this transcreation essentials. This is a 5-hour video course with assignments, with quizzes. We try to make our courses as interactive as possible. So it's not just about watching a series of videos. It really is about getting that connection with the trainer and getting that interaction and being able to ask questions. For example, in the case of this particular course, we have monthly group coaching sessions as well, where you can ask those direct questions. So that's that particular course. We also have workshops. So workshops are live. This Transcreation Essentials course is a self-paced course that you can take in your own time. This direct client marketing workshop is a workshop that takes place on a specific date, as you can see on the 5th of October 2021. So that's with Corinne McKay, Fearless Direct Client Marketing. And I just encourage you to explore, to have a look around, to watch some of these short videos and really find what's right for you in terms of training. I think training is such an important component for many freelance translators and interpreters. It really is important that you invest in yourself, invest in your career. We also have an interpreting section here. So we have the pros.com MCIS online interpreter training program that's very comprehensive. We have the remote interpreter bootcamp, a great course from Claudia Brower. We also have an introduction to voiceover, which is an interesting area. We've got Andrew Morris's course. We've got project management with Nancy Mattis, and so on and so on. I just encourage you to have a look around and find what's right for you. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to get in touch. You can contact me via email, training@pros.com. That's training@pros.com, or you can submit a support request via the pros.com website. So that's our pros.com training platform. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you find it useful, and I hope you can find something here that is going to help you advance your career in some way. It might help you to get more clients. It might help you to be more organized. It might help you to diversify into a different area. But whatever it is, I think you will find something of interest there. So thanks very much for watching. You can find out more at training.pros.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Introducing Una's Convert API. Convert API has 4 tabs. The first tab describes the API endpoints. The second tab tracks your API usage. The next tab manages your API access keys. And the last tab manages your import and export configurations. To start using the API, you'll need to use the token endpoint. Copy the URL value. Paste it in a post request, copy the content type header, and the request body. The only value you should replace in the request body is the secret. Generate a new secret key and keep it somewhere safe for future use. Paste the key as the secret value. Copy the access token value from the response and use it in the authorization header of the conversion API requests. The prefix of the access token will always be the word bearer. Now copy the convert endpoint URL. Change the request type to POST and create the required import and export configuration templates. Copy the ID value of the import template into the URL. Copy the ID value of the export template into the URL. Select your input file and run the request. Now you know how to run a file conversion in our API and integrate it into your platform.
Here is your working place. Our project manager will come in a minute.
I'm Sam, nice to meet you. I'll give you the tour.
Too much text, too much text. Ha, it is not as difficult as I expected. Ready.
New in-house translator.
Sorry, guys. We'll play tomorrow. Lot of work to do.
The Pool is a brand new directory for professionals working in the audiovisual localization industry. It's an online platform that language service providers and individuals can use to find professional audiovisual translators specializing in different fields and language pairs. The Pool will promote global networks by providing a directory of audiovisual translation professionals offering a wide range of services. Subtitling origination, closed captions, voiceover, quality control, post-editing, and much more. Contact us to know more.
Hello, Patrick. We have a big project.
Hello, Laura. Great.
Need 20 translators next week. Can you book them?
Give me 2 hours, please.
Okay.
Hi, John. Are you available next week?
No, sorry. Already have a job.
Okay, thanks. Are you available next week?
Yes, but just on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, then I'd book those days.
Not sure, it depends.
Yes, count on me.
Yes, got 20 of them. We can do it. I've booked 20 translators.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to say, but we are canceling the project.
Okay, no problem at all.
Our clients choosing texts because we are reliable and responsive, easy to work with, and because we care about both product and clients' needs. Over the last 2 years, we have greatly increased our DTP capacities and are offering our clients a wide range of services. That is multilingual DTP, which includes, of course, our native Russian and Ukrainian, all European languages, hieroglyphic languages, OCR and preparation of files for further translation with CAT tools. Besides, we have also developed a special workflow for processing AutoCAD drawings. Our experienced teams of in-house and freelance DTP specialists deal with various complex publishing software. We have a quality management system which describes main business processes of the company. Each business process has its key performance indicators and responsibility matrices. In text, business processes are formalized, clear, easy to use.
I think that UTIC will benefit the Ukrainian industry in the same way. Well, it's a great opportunity to raise the whole industry within Ukraine, be it here, freelancers and companies. I'm happy to be here at this event. I also came to this first Ukrainian translation industry event to find out new faces, to see new people, and to be able to listen to them.
You can collaborate with anyone from anywhere in real time. Language infrastructure.
Our professions make it difficult for translators and interpreters to get started in an industry. Also, young interpreters coming out of institutes and universities need to have some kind of a trajectory or path that allows them to start with conferences or meetings or interactions that are less demanding and less stressful, and they need to work with seasoned professionals that are willing to help them. They will be able to become proficient much faster and hopefully avoid some of the missteps.
But they knew that this guy knew so much about language and knew so much, had such a power over.
So, and I think the conference is a place where you can begin in the Ukrainian market to form an identity of what that means to the outside world. That there's energy here, there's a great deal of intellectual capability, there are a lot of resources, and conferences are a key way to show what that identity is to everyone else around the world.
I think it might have, it's the first conference here in the Ukraine. And I think that what we can hope for is like a domino effect, or the opportunity for people to share their experience in such a fantastic environment.
This conference is intended to make the Ukrainian translation market more civilized. The quality of freelancers' work should grow based on learning new technologies, gaining knowledge and sharing their experience. The conference's mission is to create the core professional community in Ukraine and to enable companies from abroad, e.g. Europe or Russia, to get easy access to these people, meet them and actually open a window to Ukraine for them.
Благодаря тому, что у нас много помощников, много людей.
Thanks to the fact that we have a lot of supporters, a number of people who invested in this undertaking and made good presentations, became sponsors, special guests, and just helped us in organizing the event. Thanks to all this power team of helpers, conducting the conference actually did not take us too much efforts. Many thanks to all of them.
Я приехал из Израиля.
I came from Washington, D.C.
Luxembourg.
Львов, Украина.
Санкт-Петербург.
We are from India.
I'm from Ukraine.
I'm joking.
This is a novel experience for me. I've never had a conference in the woods. I've been to a lot of conferences in the world,
organized some in Israel, and it's never been in such a beautiful location. It's great. It's the first time for me.
Since I came here, it's fantastic, and I think the atmosphere is so much more relaxed and friendly and much more social and engaging. So I'm very, very happy. I think this is a fantastic event.
В этой конференции сконцентрировано очень много докладов, которые просто охватывают все области переводческой отрасли.
And the tracks that you have, the art, technology and business, I think that's a good balance.
В этом сочетании природы и технологий и всего общения, которое происходит, есть что-то такое свежее, новое и совершенно замечательное.
Поскольку формат новый, формат необычный, формат, располагающий более к тесному общению, мы хотели сделать его более информативным, менее формальным, так чтобы переводчики, которые приехали сюда, смогли унести с собой прямо отсюда какие-то полезные практичные знания, которые завтра же смогут применить на практике у себя дома.
I didn't expect that level of knowledge, of commitment to the work. So I'm happy. I found many new friends, but also many new possible colleagues.
Sending all my kisses just for you. Shade with love forever true.
Благодарю гостей из Америки, из Европы, из стран других, которые действительно делают эту конференцию международной. Спасибо вам за то, что вы помогли нам организовать это мероприятие.
Я никогда в жизни не стоял перед такой, ну скажем, живой и одновременно деревянной аудиторией.
Конференция, безусловно, удалась. Люди счастливы, люди расслаблены, люди, очевидно, наслаждаются тем, что происходит. И я считаю, что это большой успех.